Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining. Welcome to the Falcon IT Services Cybersecurity courseware for 2026. This is Part 1 Introduction. After years of perimeter systems being hardened against attacks, hackers have turned their attention to end users who they consider the weak link in the cyber defense chain. For this reason, it's imperative that organizations teach their employees the skills necessary to identify and countermeasure cybercrime in the workplace. Now, perimeter systems are edge systems. So, for example, your router, your firewall, those are perimeter devices. They sit at the edge of your network and prevent traffic from coming in. Your computers are also perimeter devices. They're used to access certain services like cloud-based services. And these systems, after years and years of being attacked, have become hardened against attacks. So what hackers are doing is now they're focusing on softer targets. Those softer targets are generally end users who are unaware of how hackers work or how they manipulate people. This course is intended to teach the type of skills you will need to prevent cybercrime and also to measure each employee's skill level in order to identify employees that require additional training. The objective of each organization should be to have employees that have a baseline level of cybersecurity awareness. Now, we're not here to name and shame anybody. We understand this is a difficult subject. It is cybersecurity. It's a bit technical, and we don't expect everybody to be a cyber pro. What we want to do is we want to help you elevate your game and become a better with each year's training. We want you to become better and better and better and have higher levels of cybersecurity awareness. So the first thing we do is we do a risk assessment. We measure the baseline awareness of everybody that is taking this course. There are some people that have taken it for the first time. Others may have taken it 2 or 3 times. And each time that you take it, you're going to learn more and more. Secondly, we try to help you with online behaviors. We're going to help you to mitigate the risk. Maybe you're clicking on some phishing links, or maybe you've gone to some fake websites. Our goal is to help you identify which emails are fake versus which are real, which sites are fake versus which ones are trying to dupe you. And the more you take this course, and the more you study, your online behavior is going to improve, and you're going to be able to better identify all the online fraud. Which comes to the third point, which is an evaluation of progress. Our Security Operations Center, or SOC, we run software on your PCs, and we know when you're clicking on links that are malware or phishing links. And our goal, again, it's not to say to anyone, hey, you don't know what you're doing, but it's to help you improve. If we see that you're falling for certain types of online scams, you may get a call from our help desk. They may tell you you need to improve this part, go to the online training, take part 5 or part 6 or whatever part they feel that you need to work on. And again, our goal is aligned with your company's goal. Your company doesn't want to get hacked because it would reflect poorly. And we do not want anybody of our clients to get hacked because it would also reflect poorly on us. So again, we have goals are in alignment between our two organizations, and the purpose of this is to make sure that there's safe online behaviors on the part of everyone and to keep everyone safe because it's in both our best interests. And the last point, which is that our SOC is highly coordinated in this process. So if our SOC analyst sees that certain people may be clicking on phishing websites or falling for certain online scams or phishing links, things like that, they're going to reach out and they're going to call that person and explain what's going on and urge them to do a little bit more research and or take the course again. This courseware is in 6 parts. The first part is the introduction. Then we have physical security, email security, web security, social engineering, and finally privacy. The CIA triad. In security, people always think about IT security as just keeping out the bad guys, but it's much more. There's 3 components which are called the CIA triad, and it stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Computers need to maintain a certain level of confidentiality, so they should only display information to the people that have or need access to that information and are authorized to see that information. That's the confidentiality part. The integrity part means that the information that you're seeing is actually real information and not fake information. The third is availability, meaning computers should be available for you when you need your information. You should be able to take it from the computer or view it on the computer, and that's the availability part. So to give you a brief example, if a hacker gets into your computer and is able to view your your private data, that's a confidentiality issue because that person does not have authorization to view that information, so he's breached confidentiality. If he goes in there and modifies something, for example, he takes one of your spreadsheets and maybe fiddles with it and then saves it, and then you're led to believe that the numbers of your company are different, well, that's an integrity issue because the information that's being presented is not accurate. Okay, and we all know about this through AI creating a lot of fake, big people using AI to create a lot of fake information out there. And finally, availability, right? If a hacker takes out your servers, encrypts your data, and nobody could work, that's an availability issue. So these are the three important things that in the IT security space we try to make sure that these things are kept safe. Why do we need security? As you can see from this slide, and this is from CISA, the U.S. government agency in charge of cybersecurity. 1 in 3 homes have some type of malicious software that runs in computers. Your computer may not be infected, but you have a lot of other devices in your home. You have smart TVs, your kids have iPads, your kids have gaming consoles. These things are all connected to the internet. And if one of those devices is compromised, then there's the potential that it could compromise any of the other devices within your home network. And this is something to keep in mind for employees that work from home. And that's another reason why we also ask everyone to only use your work computer to log into your work services or use any services that are work related. 65% of Americans who went online received at least one online scam offer. On the average, consumers lost $358 or 21 hours per year. Now, remember, this is an average, so it's spread across everyone. There's people that have lost thousands upon thousands, even millions of dollars to online scams and have spent countless hours trying to remediate these things. If you ever hear of identity theft cases, you see that it sometimes takes years and countless effort on behalf of the person who's had their identity stolen to basically get things back to normal. 47% of American adults have had their information exposed by cyber criminals. And I think this is a conservative number. In the cybersecurity circles, they tell you that you should just assume that your information has already been out there. So I would consider this 47%, right? About half of the people in America having their information exposed or in the dark web. I would consider that to be conservative. I tend to think that pretty much almost everyone has some information that could harm them exposed in the dark web. 600,000 Facebook accounts get hacked every single day, and we'll read about this later on, how when somebody hacks either a Facebook or a website, and also not just Facebook accounts, but also Instagram accounts and just general websites. There's a lot of them that get hacked, and then people use that for something called the watering hole attack, which we'll learn about later on. And of course, the number one scam is the imposter scam, and this is a type of social engineering, and we'll read about that also later on. So why do we need security? Well, perimeter systems have become hardened, as we previously mentioned, and hackers have turned their attention to softer targets, end users who are oblivious to cybercrime and easily fall prey to phishing and social engineering. You read sometimes these emails that get sent out and you think, wow, how could anybody fall for this? But obviously, some people do fall for this. So this is why we're here, and we want to make sure that everybody is at a position that they're not going to fall for scams. And the low-hanging fruit is phishing and spear phishing, and this gets the people that really get had by these things are just untrained users, people that don't have a lot of cyber awareness. Social engineering, which is a type of attack where people kind of trick you. If you've ever seen that movie Catch Me If You Can, that person was the quintessential social engineer. He didn't do his crime through computers or through coding. What he did is he tricked people into believing that he was somebody other than they were not, and then he stole from them. And of course, there's password spray and credential stuffing, and we'll learn all about these things. But these are the low-lying fruits. So hacking is so prevalent that it's not even making mainstream news. This year before I made this presentation, we had a couple of large uh, um, hacks, and as you can see here, we've got some well-known names. We've got Pizza Hut, Air Canada, MGM, and the International Crime Court. I think the only one that really made the mainstream news here was MGM and Caesars. Sometimes they don't make the news because the news stations are ho hum. It's just another hack, right? It's almost happening so often that the news stations aren't really interested in it anymore. So the industry as a whole embraces bad security practices, and that's why it's important that as an individual, you take action to secure yourself. To give you an example, URL shorteners, they're dangerous because they hide the URL for the sake of making things look prettier, but it's bad for security. If you've ever seen marketing emails, or if you've ever been to websites and you try to, click on a link, you may see that it's the link has a very short URL, maybe 4 or 5 letters long, and it looks a lot prettier than having a humongous URL that may be 200 or 300 characters long. And they do this to make it look nice, but the URL, when you click on that link, it's going to redirect you to another website. And hackers know these things, and they use that to hide behind these URL shorteners and redirectors to get past filters on emails and things like that. Also, multiple domains. Companies sometimes will buy a multitude of domains. How many times have you seen companies that will have, acme.com, and then they have, acmeshopping.com, or they might, look, everybody should have what's called a subdomain and a single domain, but that's not really going to happen. So it's up to us to understand cybersecurity and to make good decisions, and to protect ourselves. Um, one example here is our domain is falconitservices.com, and we have a private cloud. We also have a support site. But instead of calling our private cloud Falcon IT Services privatecloud.com, we did cloud.falconitservices.com. So you always see that you are at falconitservices.com, because the cloud is just a subdomain, just like support is a subdomain. So it always lets you know that you're in the right place. Not everyone does that, okay? And so that's why it's important, and we're going to learn about these types of sites and how they work and how the domain name work to help you get better protected. Also, why do we need to take control of our own security? Well, a lot of companies really ask us to do things that aren't great. Here, I was asked by a very large financial company, an agent, who basically, while I was talking to them on the phone, they told me that they're going to send me an email, and they asked me to just reply to that email and attach my W-2, my tax document, and some banking information. And I told the agent, wait a minute, are you kidding me? By regular unencrypted mail? And well, we had a discussion, and I said there's got to be a better way to do it. And then, finally they said, yes, we do have a document upload. And then they sent me a link, which is the one that you see on the right slide, which is where I could securely upload those documents to their website. The agent did this because they were just trying to be lazy. Okay, they just wanted me to attach and reply to an email, versus them having to go and create a link for me and this document upload. But if I hadn't caught that, I would have sent my information over unsecured email to them. And that's why it's important that not only do we need to know these types of things, but we need to assert ourselves. when being asked to do things that we know are not right. So hacking in the cloud. Willie Sutton was a famous bank robber during the Depression era here in the U.S. And when he was caught, he was one day he was asked by one of the reporters, "Willie, why do you rob banks?" And he famously stated, "Well, that's where the money is." As more and more of our data and our information and a lot of other things are going to the cloud, well, hackers are also starting to look into the cloud. So moving to the cloud is not going to, basically protect you from being hacked. You could still get hacked in the cloud. And as a matter of fact, many cloud providers tell you, hey, we're going to secure our infrastructure, but you need to secure your endpoints. You need to secure your passwords. You need to secure the computers that are accessing this cloud service. And they put the onus of security on you to make sure that you're holding your end of the bargain. So that's why, again, it's very, very important that you don't have the mindset that security is somebody else's problem or that you no longer need it because you've moved to the cloud. And as you can see here, even cloud providers could get hacked. Here we see some articles from some lawsuits of a hack from a Cronus cloud service, and Cronus is a agency that provided punch clocks for employees of some very large corporations. And when they got hacked and their services, a lot of businesses, even large businesses like hospitals, their employees couldn't clock in or out. The payroll department had to go and spend a week, 2 weeks guessing how many hours, or using the honesty systems, asking employees how many hours did you work this week, because their timekeeping systems were completely down for several weeks. And AI is going to play a very important role in cybersecurity on both sides. Mike Rogers, the former director of the NSA, stated that AI is going to provide us the ability to generate greater knowledge about what adversaries are going to attempt to anticipate and what they'll be doing. In other words, it's going to be a defensive posture. But there's also an offensive posture, right, where AI is also going to be used to create viruses. It's going to be used to create phishing emails. And as you can see here by this article, I did a quick Google search for something called the real-time voice changer. And these companies are even advertising, right? These are sponsored links. And you could see here, free AI voice changer and voice agent platform. And these could be used for voicemail phishing or even real-time voicemail changers, where somebody could call you and impersonate the voice of someone else. And this year, 2025, 2026, it's already starting to happen. I've already received some reports where some employees have told me that they're getting calls from their boss, and fortunately they called their boss on the cell phone line, and they asked them, hey, obviously you're not calling me on the other line. So they had two people with the same voice, both claiming to be their boss, calling, speaking to them at the same time through different phones. So that's something that you also have to watch out for. And again, security is everybody's problem. You have to know what you're getting into each time you get on your computer and you get online. You must have situational awareness. It's an individual as well as a business investment. So learn as much as you can so that you could prevent cybercrime in the workplace. Individual training and awareness is an additional layer added to your company's existing hardware and software security infrastructure. As your IT company, we're going to do everything we can. We're going to secure everything that we can, but also we don't want you guys to think, hey, it's up to these guys to do the security for me. You have to do your part as well, and that's having knowledge and that's having situational awareness, which is what we're going to be learning today. Now, why do we sidestep security? Well, we have convenience, cost, and helpfulness, right? Security is inversely proportionate to convenience. The higher the security of something, the less convenient it's going to be for us. Okay, if you are as old as I am, you remember in the 1970s and 80s when you could just kind of walk into a ticket counter, buy a ticket to go somewhere, and just walk right through the airport and get onto the airplane with just a driver's license and a boarding pass. That unfortunately, in the 1970s and 80s, I used to remember seeing in the news airplane hijackings and things like that. It doesn't really happen anymore. But now things are a lot less convenient. You have to get to the airport 2 hours early because you have to take off your shoes. You have to go through the machine. There's long lines. I mean, again, it's this is a conundrum, and right now, I don't know of any way to solve it. Right? It's just a fact. The more secure a system is, the more difficult it's going to be for you to work on that system. So what you want to do is you want to find a balance, right? Obviously, if you're a company that's baking cakes, you don't want to have as much security as a bank, right? But everybody does need to have a baseline, because even if you're a company baking cakes, if you think I don't need any security, well, you know, that really doesn't hold true anymore, because even though you may not have valuable information stored in your business computers, a hacker could still get into those computers and use them as a conduit to hack to someplace else, or they could actually shut down your operations, and that would actually cost you quite a bit of money, right? If your computers you're locked out of them, or you get cryptoed, you cannot produce cakes. There's no revenue coming into your company. It's not a good situation. So you do need a minimum baseline of security, no matter what it is that you do. So here's some myths that I want to dispel. One of them is people think that if they spend a lot of money, they could get out of it. No, you cannot spend your way out of cybersecurity. There's things that you have to do which have nothing to do with spending money. And I know some vendors would have you think differently, but I'm telling you right now, what we're doing, it's not something that's going to cost your company any more money, but it's something that's going to cost them time. Okay. So also, you can't cloud your way out of cybersecurity. Um, you cannot offset the security to your cloud provider, because your employees still have the endpoints that they use to access the cloud, and those need to be secure, because they could become an entry point into the cloud where you have your services. And of course, you can't isolate yourself out of cybersecurity. You can't go off the grid. If you don't have modern systems, it's really hard to operate these days. But what you can do is you could practice cyber hygiene, which is what we're going to learn about today. You could be aware and be responsible, which is what we're going to learn about today. And you could make preparations for an event, which is something that we're going to also discuss later on. Okay, so that brings us to part 2, physical security. Supply chain attacks. A supply chain attack is when a service or component supplier installs malware during the building, configuring, or shipping of process. So in order to avoid supply chain attacks, do not purchase clone or off-brand computers unless you have 100% trust in the provider that's providing these devices. Do not purchase used or refurbished computers unless you're buying a refurbished computer directly from the manufacturer. And do not install computers in your workplace that have been shipped to you and show signs of having been tampered in their packaging. And why? Well, the reason that I ask people not to purchase computers from sites like eBay or Amazon that are not brand new is because, well, you don't know the person that's putting these systems or that's refurbishing them. You don't know what level of security they have. They could accidentally ship you a computer that's already has some type of infection. Even if you reformat the hard drives, there's some infections that persist within the BIOS, within the UEFI BIOS. So it's really hard to get rid of unless you're, really highly skilled at security. So the best thing to do is just to buy the computers brand new in the box, or directly from the manufacturer. That way, you can avoid these supply chain attacks. Password hygiene. Even with strong passwords, programs like the ones listed below can brute force attacks on your passwords relatively easily. In the case where physical access is granted, like if you lose your notebook computer or it gets stolen, passwords could easily be reset by booting from an OS utility and resetting the system password. This allows the person with the stolen device to gain access in minutes. Encrypting the drive is the only way to ensure that a stolen device can be secured. And down here, there are some programs that are actually, you could download them for free that are password cracking. And if someone gets a hold of your computer and they start to run these password cracking softwares, they have all the time in the world. And computers could try tens of thousands of password combinations per hour. And so the only really sure way to secure the information on a computer that you're allowing someone else to have physical access to is by having the drive encrypted. Desktop cyber hygiene. Don't leave passwords on sticky notes under your keyboard and your desk drawer. I've seen people put them behind the monitor. That's security by obscurity. It doesn't work. Log off from your desktop session when you leave your desk. And don't save passwords in your browser. If your computer is accessed, your browser will automatically let the intruder into your websites. So if you get up to go to lunch and you forget to lock your computer, somebody could come, they could sit into your computer, open up a browser, and if you've saved the password to your bank account or to your credit card account, that person could get into that account and see what you have in there because the password's already saved. Many browsers will allow safe passwords to be viewed, and there's also a strain of viruses that actually their job is to go into your saved passwords file and steal saved passwords or steal saved credit card information. Do not store private information or passwords on your desktop using the computer sticky notes. Don't put it in your Outlook. Don't put it on the computer notepad, and don't save it onto a network folder unless it's encrypted. If you need to keep your passwords electronically, encrypt them. There's a program called 7-Zip, which is open source. You could download that, and as you can see in the image below, it allows you to create a password protected AES-256 encrypted. You can encrypt an entire folder with the contents, or you can encrypt just the file. This will safeguard any digital passwords that you put onto your computer. So you could keep your passwords in an Excel, you could keep them in a Word document, as long as you have that document encrypted. You can also keep your passwords on a password manager, and that's a good way to store them electronically. So more about physical computer security. This little nifty device here is called the key grabber, and its purpose is to sniff everything that a person types into their keyboard. And there's no virus software that's going to detect it because it actually has no operating software components. It's completely hardware device. It plugs into the USB port on your computer, and then the hacker will plug in your USB keyboard onto the back of that device. So they plug it in, and everything that you type into your keyboard first goes into that device. The device copies it, and then it pushes it on to the USB port of the computer. So you think that everything is normal. A week or 2 weeks later, the hacker comes back into your office, takes out the device, and takes it home, and then he's able to read the information that's on the device, and he'll see everything that you've typed, including your passwords, the sites you've gone onto, everything. And this is why it's very important that if you have access to very high value information, whenever you leave your office, you should lock your door, okay, so that nobody could get in. And if you forget to do so, it's not a bad idea to periodically do a visual inspection of your computer to make sure that somebody has not implanted one of these devices. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, hey, yeah, you have to look out for this if you work in like some top government secret agency. But actually, if you work in the finance department, or if you have access to intellectual property, and even if you're in the IT department, this is something that you should worry about. Here's another little device here, and what this does is it's a Wi-Fi signal transmitter and receiver, and you can purchase this for $95, plug it into a laptop, and then you could fake or spoof the SSID of a wireless station, right? So if you've ever been to one of your favorite coffee shops, you'll notice that they post the SSID and the password up by the cash register. So anybody could go in there, they could see what it is, and then they could plug it into the software, and along with this device, they could broadcast an identical signal. Now, if you happen to bring your laptop and you're sitting next to the person that's has this device's signal is going to be stronger than the Wi-Fi router in the coffee shop. So your computer is going to connect to this device, and all your software is going to be, or all your connections are going to be proxied through this device, which can, copy and disseminate and try to steal that information. Here's another way that a physical computer can be affected. If you look at this USB cable, it's an Apple charging cable. It looks like just a regular normal cable, but OMG, oh my God, it's $180. So why would anybody pay $180 for a charging cable? Well, because it's not just a charging cable. This cable has some memory in it, and whatever you are transmitting through that cable, it will be copied to it. It can also achieve the objective of dropping what's called a payload, or a malicious piece of software, to anybody who uses that cable to plug in. So if you're in a public area and they have public charging stations, or if somebody who you don't know is all of a sudden allowing you to borrow their charger or their cable, you might want to think about it twice. Again, it looks like a regular charging cable, but it's actually a very, very malicious cable that can be used to hack your computer. Now look at some of the features and functionality of this cable. First, it has a geofencing, right? It's able to trigger a payload, or actually self-destruct if somebody, for example, takes it home, or takes it out of a particular area where the device is supposed to operate. It almost sounds like something out of Mission Impossible, but it is a reality. It also has a stealth mode. It can stay dormant until certain triggers are created. There's no logs, there's no detections, because there's not any software that runs on the computer from this cable in order to, steal information or to log information that's being sent through it. The cable will be hit just like a normal charging cable. And the good thing is that there is a malicious cable detector, which is that little USB stick that you see down there. So if you suspect you have a cable that may be compromised, you can always purchase one of these and test your cable. Again, this is for people who work in places where they have access to highly sensitive areas. That need to also be on the lookout for this. And again, this brings us back to a supply chain attack. You've got to be careful, not just where you buy your computers, but where you buy your cables. If you buy cables from, like a secondhand stores online, or if you receive a packaging that's been opened or tampered with, these are things that you've got to watch out for. And phone vendors, security cameras, ISP repair technicians, they should be asked to present a work plan prior to granting them access to the IT room. I know that as soon as somebody with the the AT&T logo or the Comcast logo shirt walks in and says, "Hey, we're here to do some tests," a lot of times you want to just let them in and give them access to your IT room. But if you need to make sure that these people are vetted, that you take a copy of their ID. They should have. If you didn't call them and they're just showing up out of the blue, just treat it with suspicion. Go outside and make sure that they have a repair truck with their logo out there. Call call their supervisor or call someone, ask them to provide a work plan of what they're going to do and why they're here. So they should definitely be treated with suspicion unless you've called them and they're here based on an appointment. Physical security and IoT devices. There's a lot of IoT devices. I mean, there's here this is a smart thermostat, but now there's smart dryers, smart washers, smart refrigerators. These devices have traditionally been very poor on security, and they can get relatively easily compromised and then used as a staging area. So these, if you have any on your in your office, they should be placed in what's called a DMZ or a demilitarized zone or a guest network. If you don't have a guest network, you really should have one. And this is the place where things like NVR cameras, um, you know, sensors like temperature, humidity, uh, you know, temperature regulation units and things like that. All these things, smart televisions, all these things should go on a guest network. Consider IoT and infected PCs when working from home. Infected devices can sniff traffic and launch exploits against other devices on your home network. And I know that we've had cases where we have some of our customers have employees that work from home and they've received a call from our security center saying that their computers are being scanned or being probed or being attacked, and it's probably because they're, you know, one of the other devices in their home are infected, and when they detect a new device on the home network, they try to infect that as well. Media security. Removed hard drives, they lose their security. So even if you have a password for to get into your operating system, the minute that your drive is removed from your computer, you know, all bets are off, right? If you look over here, there's a hard drive and it's attached to a cable that converts the hard drive into the USB port, and it lets the computer read what's in the hard drive. Unless that hard drive is encrypted, that information could be relatively easily accessed. And that's why it's important to make sure that your drive is encrypted if it contains any sensitive information. And also take this into account when you're taking your computer or your phone out to repair. So here, this university did an experiment. They rigged a phone and they sent that phone to several repair facilities, to some national, regional, and local. And they set the phone to see what was being done when they took it to repair. As you can see here, in at the national level, where the phone was shipped to a repair center, um, the technicians that worked on the phone tried to access the picture folders, and they tried to access some revealing pictures that were put on the phone. This was done if the phone was perceived to have mainly been owned by a female. At the regional level, okay, you have this was both male and female. Okay, the people that were doing the phone repairs not only tried to access the document folders on the phone, but they tried to access picture folders, and they also tried to access the phone's browsing history, the customer's private data, and then they went as far as clearing the quick access to kind of try to hide their tracks. And at the local level, meaning the local kind of mom and pop or the local you know, retail phone providers, as you can see here, they went through the entire phone and they even went as far as clearing the logs to try to cover up that they were going around and snooping on the phone. So these are things that you need to also take into repair of, because a lot of times we use our phones for work and there are sensitive emails that are on that phone, and you don't want anybody at the repair shop to be snooping through the phone. So if you also have to take into consideration that if the phone provider is asking you for to unlock your phone or for the password to repair your phone, that right there is a dead giveaway. You should not give out your password. Remove your SIM card if possible. You can also back up your device to the phone's cloud, wipe it, and then restore it once you receive the new phone. But again, most of the time to repair a phone, the technicians do not specifically need your password for any reason. Modern copiers are sophisticated computing devices. They scan, store, print, and email documents. So before discarding the device or sending it back to the leaser, it's important to wipe the unit's hard drive to avoid someone else from having access and viewing or printing your previously scanned and printed information. I have clients that have leased copiers that I've gone in there and started to look at these scans, and I've seen scans from previous companies that had used that copier scanner from before. So you want to have in your contract a wipe clause, or you want to wipe it yourself, you can have the option of ordering these devices without hard drives. If possible, disallow BYOD. BYOD is bring your own devices to work. And it's important because you don't want to commingle people's personal things with their home. Phone apps often ask for permissions to view emails, contacts, storage, documents, etc. So if you've got company information that's private on somebody's email account and it's on their personal phone, and that person's downloading some apps that are asking for permissions to view the contact list, etc., do you really want that out there? Do you want, if the person's a salesperson, do you want your customer contact list to be viewed by somebody and then potentially sold to someone else? So that's why it's important to disallow personal devices to be used for work whenever possible. And of course, if you give your employees your a work issued phone, then you have a little bit more control, right? You can lock them, you can have them not install apps and do other types of things that could potentially leak out information. And you can also wipe the device when the employee leaves, or if the phone is lost, which you cannot do if it's their personal phone, because you would be wiping their personal information along with your business information. And computing and network devices may contain sensitive information, so it's important to create policies that prohibit sensitive information from being stored on personal devices, and always wipe your organization's devices before discarding, reselling, or recycling. Flash drives may be used by some organizations to back up, store, and transport important data. But if you can avoid it, I would totally avoid it. They're small, they're easily lost, they're easily corrupted, and they can present a danger that should be addressed by policy and or constraints. So unless it's absolutely necessary, they should be avoided. You don't want employees putting sensitive information or company information on a USB stick, which can easily be lost and then found by someone else. Now, back in the day, there was a dumpster diving, right? When hackers used to go rummaging through business trash cans because the accounting department would throw out bank statements and other important things. That's not a thing anymore, okay? But paper is still a thing. And, you have to take into consideration things like the cleaning staff that come after work. If you leave papers on your desk that contain sensitive information, they may have access to that. Also, people walk around the cubicles, they walk around your desk, and you don't want, people that shouldn't have access to viewing any of that information to be able to grab a piece of paper off your desk and have access to somebody's personal information there. So discard sensitive information that's printed out in a locked trash bin, or, in a shredding bin. Lock your office and your drawers when you leave for lunch or at the end of the day, and make sure that any papers are not left on top of your desk. And of course, don't leave written passwords lying around. The evil twin attack. So the evil twin attack occurs when free Wi-Fi access points are spoofed. And earlier I showed you the device that's used for this, and a lot of common places where spoofing can occur are coffee shops, airport, hospitals, shopping malls, public parks, other locations where people go in, they expect there to be a free Wi-Fi somewhere. And hackers know this, so they could sit nearby and they can send out a signal that's identical to the SSID of the coffee shop. So in this photo here, you see this coffee shop has an SSID called free Wi-Fi. So the hackers in their laptop, they're broadcasting the same signal. Now the victim is very close to the attacker. So the victim's computer is going to latch onto the signal of the attacker, which is much stronger than the signal that's all the way out here at the coffee shop. So that hacker is now the middleman. So whatever the victim is doing goes through here, and then from this attacker it goes out into the internet. So in essence, it's a proxy. They become the middleman. They're sniffing your traffic. Now what can you do about this? Well, The best way to get around this, to prevent this from happening, is to use your cell phone hotspot. They cannot trick that because only you know your password to your cell phone's hotspot. In the coffee shop, the hacker goes into the coffee shop and they usually have posted somewhere not only the SSID but the password, so that hacker is able to replicate that. On your phone, the hacker's not going to know what your password is, so he's not going to be able to create uh, a fake evil twin attack Wi-Fi SSID, just like the one that you have on your phone. So the best way to avoid this, again, is to use your own personal hotspot on your phone. Try not to use hotel Wi-Fis. Try not to use the airport Wi-Fis. Always use your phone. Bluetooth is also an avenue of attack. Now, here on the right-hand side, you see the settings on my computer, and I have Bluetooth disabled. Now, what I do is when I need to use Bluetooth for my speaker or for something else, I enable it when I need it. But normally, I have it disabled. And also, there's USB settings, right, where you can have it ask for the confirmation, except for trusted device. If you have these things set up badly, somebody could come near your computer and start, either uploading or downloading information on Bluetooth if your settings are all either not configured properly or they're just not configured at all. So Bluetooth can work from as far away as 300 feet. They can be directed at devices such as laptops, mobile phones, tablets, whose owners have left the Bluetooth connection always open. The attacker could then grab data off the device such as text, mail messages, calendar items, contact lists, and even potentially sensitive information. Um, so always update and patch your Bluetooth devices. Disable Bluetooth when it's not in use, especially if you're around crowded places. Don't accept pair requests from strangers, and only pair when you're at home or work. Okay, very important. If you're in a busy place, it's not a good place to pair up with your speakers or something for the first time. Unpair unused or unknown devices from your PC. And make your Bluetooth invisible. That's not 100% effective, but it's still better than nothing. Okay, so here we go. We're on part 3, email security. Email security. Phishing is a type of social engineering where an attacker sends bulk fraudulent messages designed to trick a person into revealing sensitive information to the attacker. Spear phishing is a type of attack that's bespoke to the recipient. The attacker has gathered intel on the target, so they know a little bit about the person that they're trying to attack, and they could craft very personalized messages. And whaling is an attack on top-level executive, finance directors, or even famous people. It's where the yield could be very large payouts. The phishing activity of a phishing campaign, right, where an actor targets a specific individual or a group using information known to be of interest to the target. This is what spear phishing is all about. Somebody's done some research about the target. They know a lot of information about the person, and so the emails could be very custom, and they could be perceived as being real because the hacker knows a lot of personal information about you and is crafting an email that's based on your interests or other people that you know, other people who you communicate with, or things that are familiar to you. Using open source resources to conduct reconnaissance, including social, email, professional networking platforms, they take the time to research the interest and identity of the real world social or professional contacts. And then they create an email account impersonating other known contacts in order to make things appear legitimate because it's coming from the source that's more familiar to them. They also create fake social media networking profiles that impersonate respected experts and have used supposedly even conferences or invitations as lures. So if you're getting invitations to be guests at podcasts, TV, radio. Be wary of it because the moment that they ask you to install some piece of software on your computer in order to do the podcast, that's where you have to kind of draw the line. Also, job interviews, lures to other jobs coming unexpectedly from supposed recruiters. Um, Social media posts, fake HR requests. We've all seen that where somebody's asking for a change in ACH information or things like that, or telling them that their performance review is due or some other HR related, and business partnership offers, fake awards. I mean, I see these all the time where, there's hackers that are sending me phishing emails, saying, we have an interesting opportunity for your type of business. We're looking for a partnership. Also, I get a lot of emails where I've won some type of award that I've never even applied for, and they want to do some type of expose on my business for being, this top service provider in my area. And it's things that I've never even applied for, so I'm not sure how I could be winning awards for something I've not even been nominated or applied for. So those are all fake lures. Now AI is going to play a big role in hacking. Here is an excerpt from an article, and it reads, "Introducing my newest creation, WormGPT," and this was written by a hacker named Last. Um, and he continues, "This project aims to provide an alternative to ChatGPT, one that lets you do all sorts of illegal stuff and easily sell it online in the future. Everything Black Hat related that you could think of can be done with WormGPT, allowing anyone to access to malicious activities without ever leaving the comfort of their home." So this is a hacker that's basically advertising a program that he wrote, which is similar to ChatGPT, but it's for doing nefarious things. So ChatGPT has guardrails, right? So if you ask it to write you a virus or to write you a phishing email, it's not going to do that. But this WormGPT will. It's minus those guardrails. And it was analyzed by Slashnet, and the person that analyzed it wrote that the results were unsettling. So it was actually quite good, and it wrote some very convincing phishing emails. This AI. So AI phishing. AI is good at manipulation, and that can be used in an attack. Increasingly, AI is being leveraged in phishing attacks. It could scrape social media sites for personal data, making it easier for hackers to customize emails and fraudulent communications. It could create deepfake voice and videos that make customized deceptions, which are even harder to spot. AI can fake voice conversations in real time, and soon it's going to be able to do the same for video. When getting unusual requests, ask detailed questions about events that are not found in media or threads. So, for example, let's say you get a call from your boss, and your boss says, "Hey, I'm here, and I'm kind of in a bind. I'm doing a business, but they want to deposit wire money to this account." It's kind of out of the blue, right? Unexpected. Well, of course, the first thing that you should do is hang up and call them back at the number that you know that they're at. Okay? But let's say it's some kind of an emergency. Well, one of the things that you could do, okay, to discern whether it's real or not, is to ask specific conversations. Say, "Hey, do you remember the last time that we had lunch together? Where did we go eat?" That's probably not something that was put on social media. Okay? Or ask some other detailed questions. Try to ask as many detailed questions to make sure that you know who you are talking to, because you're not going to be able to tell by just the voice alone. Okay, those days are gone when you can identify a person by voice recognition. So what are some common email phishing subjects? Well, some of the common subjects are related to sweepstakes, money, prizes, vacation winners. You should be able to figure out that most of those things are fake because you're getting prizes, or you're winning sweepstakes that you've never even applied to. Okay, so always be wary when you get an email about these things. Password resets or lockout accounts. So if you've requested a password reset and within 2 or 3 minutes you get an email about it, okay, it's true. But if you get one out of the blue saying that your account's been locked out, you need to reset your password, it's fake. Okay, so treat that with high suspicion. Um, Credit limit being exceeded on your card, fraudulent charges on your card or on your finance services. There's unverified logins against your financial services. Those are all also, if they're out of the blue, don't even click on the link. Don't try to log in through those links. Call them or just go open up a browser and in the URL bar put the URL of the website that you know for that service provider. Never click on the links when you're getting an email out of the blue about your credit being exceeded or that there's someone trying to log in and use your account. Document signings are also very popular. We receive a lot of document signing emails when we sign up for a service. If you're getting one out of the blue, don't click on it. It's probably fake. Of course, invoices due, invoices to be paid, sales, anything like that, sales related. Again, if it's out of the blue, it's probably fake. And if it's related to a deal that you maybe made 2 weeks ago or a month ago and it seems familiar but you're not sure, again, the best thing to do is just to call the person at the number that you know them to be at and inquire if they sent that email or not. And of course, HR policy changes, like changes in bank account or ACH codes. HR, with new rules, guidelines about dress codes, employee appraisals, surveys, all kinds of things like that that are related to HR. If they're out of the blue, obviously they're fake. And a lot of these subjects are business opportunities, leads, opportunities for partnerships. You have business email compromise for spear phishing also, and that's big because they're targeting you because they know a little bit about you. In the case of business email compromise, if somebody's compromised your mailbox, they're listening in to your conversations with other people, and they're looking to strike at the right time, right? So usually when they see an email back and forth about a financial transaction, that's when they try to interject themselves. And with spear phishing, you have things like shared interests, romances, and things like that that might be specific to you. And it's because they've done a little bit of research on you. Again, spear phishing is a targeted attack, so it's going to be more, bespoke, and it's going to, seem a lot more familiar, and it's going to come from maybe people that you know their names. So, but you still have to be worried about those. And of course, also spear phishing is emails from superiors with urgent requests. And again, urgent is the key word here. When they're trying to scam you, there's usually a sense of urgency because they don't want you to think about it too much. They want you to act quickly. Okay, another thing is pulling at your heartstrings. When you see something like this is fake. It went out. And it says that the puppy's lost and the owner provided a picture of the puppy. Of course, everybody wants to go look at that puppy, right? Don't we all? I mean, just talking about it, I want to click on that link and see the puppy. So be wary. If you're getting an email out of the blue and you see that it's something that's trying to tug at your heartstring, okay, don't click on it. It's probably fake. So how do we spot fake emails? Well, here in this example here, you see that first of all, the generic salutation. This is an email supposedly about a direct deposit service from Intuit's payroll service. Now, Intuit allegedly sent me this email. Now, why is the generic salutation important? Because if Intuit is sending me an email and I'm their customer, I would certainly expect them to know what my name is, right? So it should start off Dear Miguel or Dear Mr. Fraud. It shouldn't start off with Dear Customer or Dear Miguel at FalconITService.com. Okay, they should know my name to craft it properly. So that's one of the giveaways. That's as soon as you see that the salutation is generic, you should have an alarm go off and then be on high alert. The second thing is if you look at the from, okay, it's not really from Intuit. It's from this other different domain that's not from them. Okay, but again, this is, some browsers will display who the from is, others will not. And this is not 100% because the from could be spoofed or faked. Okay, but always look at the from because that, we're looking for evidence here. Okay, we're looking for all these red flags. So this is just one of them. Another thing is you have alarmist messages. That's another red flag. When you see that there's a sense of urgency or an alarmist message, that's a dead giveaway. Crooks want you to act quickly and they want to knock you off your feet, right? They don't want you to think about things. They don't want you to have clear minds. They want you to panic because that's when we don't think well. Okay? And that's what the alarmist message is about. In this case, the alarmist message is funds will be withdrawn from the bank account number ending in 9513. So you read that and you're thinking, oh my God, they're going to withdraw $1,500 from my bank account. You're already, kind of in panic mode and your brain's not thinking, and that's exactly what they want. So the minute you see an alarmist message, treat that with suspicion. The next thing is grammatical errors or spelling errors. This right now is going to go away because AI is going to fix all these grammatical errors. But in the past, that was one of the ways, and you could spot fake emails because the people that are sending this are usually not English as a first language speakers. So, but again, that's going away. Another thing is you see what they did here. Funds will be withdrawn from the bank account number ending in 9513. I'm willing to bet that if you look at your checkbook or you look at your credit card, it's probably not ending in 9513, but most people won't. But it certainly makes it seem real, right? To put that in there. So that's another thing. You should always verify the information. Um, Another red flag is that there's always a request to verify, update, or change your account information. So the fix for this, right? The issue that it's presenting is that funds will be withdrawn from my account tomorrow in the amount of $1,500. Now they present you with the fix, and the fix is that you could log in here and verify your information and verify that this is correct or not. Okay, and that's right here. That's the meat and potatoes. That's what they want you to do. They want you to click on that link. It's going to take you to a phishing website, and they're going to steal your credentials or steal your tokens. Um, so that's another red flag. It's a request to verify, update, or change account settings in an email. If you need to log in to this website, right, the Intuit website, don't click on this link. Go to intuit.com and log in from there. If you hover your mouse over the link, you're going to notice that the link doesn't take you to the Intuit website. It takes you somewhere else. In this case, it is a redirect URL. It's a URL that you're going to click on that then is going to redirect you to another URL, and you don't know what that URL is going to be, right? But the minute you see a URL redirector, that should be a dead giveaway. Intuit should redirect you to their own website, not to one of those shortened URLs that's going to then redirect you to another site. So again, hover your mouse over the link so that you could see where that link is really going to take you to. Now, what if you let me go back to one slide before. I just want to mention, if you hover your mouse over the link, this is effective when you're using Outlook or another email client. But if you're using a web-based email, okay, then what you do is when you hover your mouse over the link, look at the bottom left-hand side of your browser or at the bottom of your browser, and that's where you're going to see the URL where where the link is going to take you to. So I'm moving my mouse over here to this URL, and then I see here that it's taking me to m6 something or other.net. And this email supposedly is from the support desk at Falcon IT Services. Oh, it's from us. But somehow the retain your same password link is going to take me to a different website. So again, in a browser, hover over the link and look at the bottom of your browser to see where that link is really going to take you to. And if it's not taking you to the site that it's supposedly going to take you to, or if it's taking you to a URL, or if you see if the site that you see down here pertains to a URL shortener or a URL redirector link, then yeah, that's fake. So what are some of the fake signs that this email is fake? Well, this one supposedly comes from my own service desk, right? Falcon IT Services, and it's sending it to some members of my staff here, stating that my password is going to expire, my email password. So how can we tell this fake? Well, first of all, if I look at the from, if I hit reply to look at the from, I see here that it's Vicky G at friendship of something other org. That's not obviously our website, so that's one way to tell. Number two, if you look here, Microsoft placed here a little alert that states that this is an external email. Now, you can't see that here, but in my Outlook, the sender stated that it was from support@falconitservices.com. So if it's from support@falconitservices.com, it should not have this little alert stating that it's from an external sender, because that's an internal, right? It's coming from one of my own emails. Then again, you have a generic salutation where it's hello Falcon IT Services instead of hello my name. You have an alarmist message here. Your password's about to expire. Happens to be tomorrow. I'm getting a day notice here. And then, the fix is basically to go in and click on this link and log in. But again, if you hover your mouse over that, you see that it's sending me to onelink.me. That's not, so that's how you could tell that it's fake. And again, if we're looking at this through Outlook, the link is going to just show up here on above your mouse cursor. But if you're looking at it through webmail, it's going to show at the bottom of your web browser, as you can see down here. So here's another alarmist message. Your email storage is now full. This one was well crafted because the sender is support@falconitservices.com. They didn't bother. I mean, they bothered enough to actually spoof the sender. It came to me. But again, if I move the mouse over the update mailbox now, which is the hyperlink, it's taking me to this ipfs.io org, okay, which is not my website. So that's one of the ways that you could tell that it's fake. Here, they also put dear, and then they had a variable that was supposed to be inserted here, but that totally got messed up, so my name is not on there. So that's another way. And then of course you have an alarmist message, which is stating that you're exceeding your limit and you're not going to be able to send it or receive emails. And then they even went as far as putting a nice little footer here where, sincerely the Falcon IT Services IT team. And then again, they put another alarmist message. To avoid email service interruption and auto shutdown, you are advised to update your mailbox now. Okay, so that's, again, alarmist message is a dead giveaway. So how can you tell that these are fake? I'm not going to get into the details here because it's kind of technical, but in Outlook, if you open the email and then you select File option, you're going to see the headers. The headers cannot be faked. Okay, so the headers are this little these texts that you see down here, and it's going to basically state all the different IP addresses and all the different mail gateways that message passed through to get here. And you can copy and paste this header into a website like mxtoolbox.com, and it'll give you a little bit better idea of where that email managed to go through. So if you see, if you're in doubt and you get this header and you paste it, and then it starts to show that email maybe originated in a foreign country, or it originated here, but then it went out to a foreign country and then it came back here. Those are things that you could use. And here is a copy of what it would look like when you copy and paste this header onto this website, mxtoolbox.com, okay, to help you analyze the headers. And as you can see here, we've got all these failures, right, where it failed the sender protocol framework (SPF), and it basically, even though it's supposedly the email came from falconitservices.com, here it tells you that it originated from Google. From Google, it went to Yahoo, and then from Yahoo, that's when it hit our server here. So that's one way that you could know that it is fake. But see, they did a good job here. They in the front field, they faked that it supposedly came from Miguel at falconitservices.com. But you can't fake the header, so that's why here you see that it came from google.com. So fake websites. Criminals send phishing emails that include links to fake websites, such as mobile account login pages for known email providers, asking the victims to enter their credentials or other information into the fake site's interface. These links can take users to fake versions of popular websites, which are designed to look exactly like the real thing, but the real purpose of them is to steal your credentials. And I did a little Google search here, and I put fake website, and as you can see, the third most popular search result is website maker. It fills in the maker for me, so that gives you an idea of how many people out there are looking for fake website makers. And what these programs do is you tell it what website you want to replicate. It'll go there, pull all the content, and then it'll upload it to a fake website with a fake URL to make it look exactly like the real website. Okay, so here's another quick example. I got an email from MicrosoftStoreEmail.com, and I was wondering, wow, is that real or not? And I talked about this earlier today, right, where at Falcon IT Services, we don't have something called FalconITStore.com. I would probably do store.falconitservices.com. I always try to keep the domain name the same, so that will assist people knowing that where they are. So this one came from a site called MicrosoftStoreEmail.com. I was wondering if that's really from Microsoft or not, and so I just Googled MicrosoftStoreEmail.com, and I got from the Microsoft community, hey, and basically saying, hey, this is fake. Okay, so that's another good resource for you to get that domain and Google it and look at what other people are saying about it. Another good resource to tell whether a website is fake or not is to do what's called a whois. Now, if you go to a registrar such as Network Solutions, GoDaddy, 2Cows, there's a lot of registrars. And you go to the bottom of the page and you go to whois, okay, and you click on that and you plug in the website. It'll tell you a lot of details about the website. It'll tell you, most importantly, when that site was created and when it was updated. So here I got an email from a company called Enterprise Products, which is a large, well-known online seller, and I wanted to know if the domain was real or not. And one of these is real and one of these is fake. Now, what the person did is they purchased a domain called enterprise-products.com. Okay. So if you look at the real one, which is enterpriseproducts.com, the creation date is 2001. And so this company's been around for a long time, this website. The fake one, enterprise-products.com, the reason I knew it was fake is because I received this email in September of 2024. And when I looked at the creation date, it was in August of 2023. So it was less than a year old. So, excuse me, I received it in September of 2023. So it was less than a month old. So I knew that this website had just been bought for the purpose of running some type of scam. So again, the whois, you can either go to whois.com or you can go to any registrar such as GoDaddy, Network Solutions. Scroll down to the bottom of the page and look at and click on whois and then enter the domain name, and it'll show you when that website was created. So phishing can also come disguised as spam. This one, so allegedly came from a T-Mobile service provider, and it looks like a marketing email from them, right? But if you highlight your mouse over it, you see that here it's taking you to Google, to a storage bin, a storage silo at Google. So it will probably download a piece of malware if you click on that link. So it's not actually from T-Mobile. And actually, even though it's from T-Mobile, they put the from sender the same as the to sender. So that's another dead giveaway right there. But when you're viewing these, sometimes they look really, really good, such as this one. They did a really good job. It looks like a marketing email. I have my Outlook set to not just show me the sender name, but also the sender email. So I look at the sender name, iPhone 14, but then I look at the email, and it's coming from me. Okay, I didn't send this to myself. Okay, but it just looks like a marketing email. And if you're looking at this through your cell phone, it's not going to display the from address unless you click on it. Okay, so these could look very, very good, especially if you're looking at it through a cell phone. So here is a picture of, I am looking at this one through a cell phone, and as you can see, it doesn't display the entire email. It just displays DeWalt drill, and I do use DeWalt tools. It did state Miguel, so it knew my name. It stated that something that I had ordered cannot be delivered, and it looks really good. It looks like a real valid email from DeWalt drill. Now what I did is I clicked on this DD DeWalt drill, and then when I click on that, it shows me who the sender is, and then the sender is DeWaltDrillShop.com. Now I was wondering, is that really owned by DeWalt or not? So here's another trick. Okay, one of the ways that I always look is that I use one of the resources that I always use is Wikipedia. So I just Googled DeWalt drill Wikipedia, and it takes me to the Wikipedia article about DeWalt drill. And in the Wikipedia article, at the top right-hand corner, you always see some detailed information about the company, like where their headquarters are, what type of products they make, how many employees. But you also see their website. So their website here is DeWalt.com. So it's not DeWaltDrillShop.com. Okay, and that's how I knew that this was not real. Another good tool is to go to VirusTotal. If you're in doubt about a website, you can visit www.virustotal.com, and in this little search box, you could type in the URL and hit search. And if the website of that URL contains malicious code, or it's been reported as a phishing link, you will get a notification here in VirusTotal. So here, I was questioning this one called Prequal USA, so I plugged it in and basically said, nope, nobody's flagged this as malicious. It doesn't mean 100% that it's safe, but it's a pretty good indicator, okay, that it's okay. You can also upload files. If you click on File and you click here Choose File, you can also upload a file to determine if that file is malicious or not. So if you download a file before installing that file or extracting its contents and running an installation on your computer, you can upload it to VirusTotal. It'll be analyzed relatively quickly. It'll be compared against known malicious files, and if it comes back clean, you're good, and if it doesn't come back clean, then avoid it. So this email that I'm showing here, it contains an attachment, right? And the attachment says click here to reset your password. So I didn't open it. I just downloaded it, and then I uploaded it to VirusTotal. VirusTotal did in fact confirm that the file was malicious, and I knew it anyways. But if you look at this email, there's you're going to get clues as to why it's fake. Number one is it's supposedly coming from an account which is something somewhere where this person usually communicates with, right? It's called Security Operations Center at their domain. But then the Exchange server basically said you don't often get emails from this sender, and it's got a totally different sender here right now. So this is right here. It's kind of a dead giveaway. And then, and again, it's got an alarmist message. It's a reminder that your account password require an immediate reset. For security reasons, please download and follow the attached reason. So basically, if you read on down, it's basically going to tell you that your email is going to stop working if you don't do this. That's the alarmist message that I was telling you about earlier. And when we uploaded that file to VirusTotal, as you can see here, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 10 security companies that flagged that file as being malicious. Another common tactic that cyber criminals use now are QR codes. You receive this and you scan it with your phone, and it could lead you to a malicious website that will then try to install some malicious, code onto your phone. So really, you must be very, very careful with QR codes. QR codes are often used to circumvent security scanners looking for hyperlinks to malicious sites. They attempt to take you to a watering hole or a drive-by website where there's an attempt to infect your smartphone to get you to divulge sensitive information. QR code scams can come in the form of emails, fake business cards, fake empty parcels, or stickers placed over real stickers in restaurants, retail shops, and venues. One of the things that I always do when I go to a restaurant, they have the QR code. I always look to, I analyze it real quick to see if anybody has placed a sticker above the real QR code, right? Because that's been known to happen where you go to a restaurant and a hacker goes to a restaurant. They've got stickers with fake QR codes, and they put them over the real QR codes. And sometimes, restaurants change websites and they get their menus and they just, get another QR code and paste it over them. But if you see that one has been pasted over and it's not part of the menu itself, maybe you might want to ask the waiter or waitress about that. Redirects and shortened links. Malicious actors don't want to raise red flags with their victims. Therefore, they use shortened URLs to fool security email gateways. These types of things, what they do is they blend malicious and benign code. Those responsible for creating phishing landing pages commonly blend malicious and benign code together. Housing malicious documents on cloud services, where you get redirected to like a cloud drive somewhere and somebody's uploaded some bad files on there. Following up with a phone call, social engineering, explore social media. Malicious actors need to learn who's working at a targeted company. They can do this by using social media to investigate the organization's structure and decide whom they'd like to single out for their targeted attacks. So be careful what you post. These are common phishing and virus emails that I've gotten. Excel spreadsheets, financial reports were claiming, financial reports. If you hover over the link, again, you're going to see that it came from a different website. It didn't come from the website that it was supposedly from. Sometimes they'll ask you to log into your Microsoft OneDrive. So you'll get something that says it's from one of your clients, that they've submitted a financial report or they submitted an invoice, and when you click on it, it's asking you to access your Microsoft OneDrive. Well, think about this. For them to have put it on your Microsoft OneDrive, how would they know your credentials to get into your Microsoft? And if you're accessing their OneDrive, okay, how would they expect you to know their credentials? No, of course this is fake. What they want to do is steal your Microsoft credentials. And also, in this example here, this is a PDF, right? When you open, PDFs are pretty safe. Okay, if you get a PDF file and you open it, it opens up in your PDF scanner. It's pretty safe. But what hackers are doing is they're putting links inside PDFs. Sometimes they're, written links. Other times they're images with links. In this particular case here, I got this email with that was a PDF. I opened it, and inside there was this blue box that said open. and I had to click on that to open what was I expecting, which was some kind of financial report. Now, if I move my mouse over the link, what I saw here was that it was taking me to probusclubcalgary.com. Yeah, that's not, that's not really, that's not really right. So I knew that it was fake. But another way that I knew that it was fake is because a PDF, when you open a PDF file, it should display the contents. So if you're opening up a PDF file that's for financial documents, it should just open up and show you the financial documents. If you open up a PDF and you have to do a second step, like you have to click on something else to then get to what you want, that right there is a telltale sign that it's fake. Also, hackers are abusing these types of transfer. You're trying to transfer something large and it won't go through your email, so a lot of people are using things like WeTransfer.com. Of course, hackers know this. They can open up accounts with these transfer senders, and they send emails to you saying, we've got this large document for you. It's an RFP. It's a bid, whatever it is. If it comes out of the blue and you're not expecting it, always call the sender at the number that you know them to be, and ask them if they sent it. In this case, Lake County HA, that's not a real HA. The real one is lakecounty.org. Okay, so they bought a similar sounding domain. They opened up an account with, WeTransfer, and then they were trying to send this as a download link. And yes, it would have. If you would have hovered your mouse over, you would have seen that it was taking you to WeTransfer. Now, what you were going to download, who knows? So that's why you got to be real careful. Consent phishing. Consent phishing tricks users into granting permissions to malicious cloud applications. To execute a consent phishing attack, an attacker first registers an app with the target platform, like Microsoft 365, Google Workspace. The requirement to do this varies from platform to platform, but they are often minimal. Users are then lured to grant the app access to their account using common phishing tactics, such as an invitation to edit an interesting sounding document. Now, these apps, eventually they get found, they get discovered, they get taken down. Okay, but you really want to be also super careful with who you're going to grant access to your account to. And this is what it looks like when you're granting access. For example, if you're granting an app access to your Office 365, it's going to look like this, right? It tells you what you're granting it access to do. So we want to make sure that who are we giving this consent to? Is this a legitimate company? Well, obviously, if you go to your CRM package and you click on a button to integrate it with Microsoft Office, and then you get a pop-up like this, well, that's what it is, right? Because you've done it. But if you get something out of the blue and it's asking you to click on a link and to do this, and or you install an app and you don't expect that app to integrate with your Microsoft Mail, and you start getting pop-ups like this because it wants to, well, that's when your alert flag should be put out, and you should be on high alert. So you can grant consent to apps on your phone, to your desktop apps, or to even other cloud services. Now, similar looking URLs. Here we have 3 URLs. Okay, you could probably figure out that the first one here is the real one, right? This one, we're replacing the O with a 0. And on this one, we're replacing the lowercase I with an L. Now, since they're all 3 lined up against each other, it's easy to discern. But if you're moving quickly, okay, you're busy, you're doing your job, you've got your deadlines, and you're kind of going, and you get something like this, it may not be that easy to figure. If somebody sends you a link with that shows this second one, it may not be that easy to spot it. And that's why you've always got to be on super high alert. So yes, people, not only do they use zeros in place of O's or I's in place of L's or vice versa, but sometimes they put dashes. So like in this one, the URL is paypal-account-protection.com. That's not PayPal's site. PayPal's site is just paypal.com. Modern browsers will display the URL domain in dark bold letters, and the rest of the URL will be displayed in gray. And that's how you know where you really are at. I'm not going to go into the technicalities of this, but here we have two websites. The URL is identical on each one. The first one is real. Why? How do you know? Well, because you see that halifax.co.uk is in bold and the rest is gray. That's how it should look. If your entire URL is bold, you've got a problem. So get out of that website. Part 4, Web Security. Don't allow your browsers to save your passwords and don't sync your browsers. Why don't we want to sync our browsers? If you have a browser sync, right? You have a browser account, right? Where at the top right hand you log into your browser with your Gmail account. Whatever you save on that browser, your passwords, your credit cards, your favorites, all that stuff is going to replicate to all the other places where you log in with that same with those same credentials, right? So you may at home have a personal computer that you're logging into. You may have a tablet. You may have a phone, and then you've got your work computer. So you're saving your work emails on your work computer, but then your browser synchronizing with your home computer. Then whoever has access to your home computer has those username credentials stored on that browser, so that person is able to get into some of the work services because it's synchronized with your work computer. So that's why synchronizing your browser is not good. You should not synchronize your browser or log in using a work account and commingle that with your home account. Also, don't save your passwords. One of the things that saving your password in your browser does is if you get up from your desk and somebody comes and gets access to your computer because you've gone out for a minute, in some browsers you can actually just click on that little eyeball and then see. Okay, here in this example, you can see that the website. I can see the admin and the password just by clicking that little eyeball on there. Some browsers will ask you for a password, but not all of them. They'll ask you for a password to be able to view, but not they won't all do that. And even if you're not able to view it, again, you could still go to that website, and since the password's saved, somebody else can access that website without even knowing what your password is. And there are viruses that their sole purpose is to decrypt those passwords and upload them to, as you can read here, there are an entire class of malware appropriately called password stealers dedicated to credential theft. This malware sifts through folders known to contain browser-stored passwords, finds the key under the doormat, then decrypts the passwords and uploads the loot to the cybercriminal server. So that's why saving passwords on your browser is not a good idea. And here, one of the reasons that the password characters are displayed as dots by default is to avoid getting shoulder surfed. That means somebody looking over your shoulder to try and steal your password. Now, when you click that show password, and I've seen people do it where they type half the password and then they click show password to see what they're typing. If somebody's looking over your shoulder and you've done that, well, they could see it. Also, you've got to take into consideration that if you're calling the help desk and our help desk is logged into your screen because they're helping you with something, and you log into something and you have that show password check mark, that our technician could see your passwords, which is, we really don't want to see your password, and you should not let us see your passwords. If you think you mistyped it, don't click show password. Just retype it. Look over your shoulder. Make sure that nobody's eyeballing your screen. If there's somebody close to you while you're typing, try to tell them to look away, or try to kind of hide what you're typing on your keyboard so that they can't see well. Also, don't copy paste your passwords, crypto tokens, bank account numbers, or anything that's sensitive, don't use the clipboard. Don't use the copy-paste function, because there are viruses, there are malware on that can reside on your computer. That what they do is they're constantly monitoring your clipboard, and if they see that you've pasted something like a crypto token or a bank account number, what their job is to then replace it with their own. Okay? Yes, that's right. Replace it with their own, and it happens. Um, you can copy a bank account number to do an ACH or a wire transfer. You can copy it from a document that you have, but then when you go to paste it, it's going to paste somebody else's bank account number, so you could wire that money to somebody else. In this example down here, somebody lost $838,000 because they copied a crypto wallet ID. They were going to transfer money from one of their crypto wallets to another of their crypto wallets, but they had that malware on their system. So the malware copied, basically looked at the clipboard, and when it saw that it was a crypto wallet, it replaced it with the hacker's crypto wallet. So the person transferred $838,000 to the crypto wallet that didn't belong to them, and they lost the money. Okay. Actually, they did it 3 times, right, for a total of $1.7 million. So, finance security. Always make sure that you have verbal conversation with the involved parties before transferring funds, whether it's a crypto or whether it's a Venmo or whatever it is, or a wire transfer. If you've received a message asking for wire transfer changes or asking for money and it's out of the blue, always have a conversation before doing it. Never transfer funds from a voicemail, from a conversation that's quick, even though you may recognize the person's voice on the other end. Never transfer, funds based on an email or a text request. You always need positive identification, especially if there's a request to change the bank account or ACH numbers. Business email compromise, or BEC, is dangerous to finance departments. BEC-related thefts amount to greater than ransomware and all other forms of cyber theft combined. Consider new requests and change requests as a red flag, and it should be followed up by multiple methods of validation. Always use 2FA, MFA to secure your email accounts. The FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center lists BEC as the most financially damaging internet crime. In 2021, BEC and EAC email compromise scam led to roughly 2.4 billion with a B in global cyber losses, compared to 49 million in ransomware. So we always hear about ransomware, but we rarely hear about BEC. But I mean, 49 million compared to 2 billion, BEC is a much greater danger. So how does BEC work? Well, the way it works is a hacker gains access to an email account, right? Either a Google email account or an Office 365 or some other email account. Now, once they gain access to that email account, they kind of go in it every day and start to analyze the emails, because they're looking for certain things. They're looking to strike at the right time. Now, step 1 is they gain access to somebody's email account. Step 2 is they actively listen to an email conversation waiting to strike. And by strike, I mean they're waiting for somebody to send an email about money being transferred. And when they see that, then comes step 3. They will insert themselves into this two-way conversation and then send a fake request, such as, my wire transfer, my bank has changed, here's my new wire transfer. And that's how they get you. Now, in BEC, the money recipient will be the one to request the wire transfer details change. Okay? So let's say we have 2 parties, Party A and Party B. If the money recipient is the hacked mailbox, then the hacker will send email directly from that mailbox, and he will create rules to delete the fraudulent emails or create email forwarding rules to intercept or delete replies. So let's say we have a mailbox A, and the hacker has gained access to mailbox A, and the person that owns mailbox A is the person that's going to receive money. So when that hacker sees the email thread of money being sent back and forth from that mailbox, he's going to send to mailbox B an email saying, "Hey, my bank account number has changed. Here's the new mailbox. Here's the new financial details of my bank." The person at mailbox B is going to see that it comes directly from the sender, mailbox A. That's not going to raise many alarms. Okay. And then the hacked mailbox A, the hacker is going to create rules so that if the mailbox B person gets suspicious and says, "Hey, can you confirm that this is right?" that email will never get to the real person. Okay, the hacker is going to then intercept it via rules, or it's going to go straight into the trash can, or go straight to get deleted, or into a private mailbox that only the hacker is going to see. Okay, and that's how they're going to get tricked. Now, if the hacked email is the sender, so let's say the hacked email, which is email mailbox A, they're the ones that are going to be doing the sending of the money. Now, since the recipient of the money, mailbox B, the hacker has no access to that. So how are they going to do it? Well, what they're going to do is they're going to go out and they're going to buy a similar sounding domain. All right, so if mailbox A is acme.com, what they're going to do is they're going to try to maybe buy a domain called acme.org or acme.net or something. And then from that, they're going to send to the mailbox B saying my bank account details have changed. Now, when mailbox B gets that, their Outlook is going to say, "You don't normally get emails from acme.net," and that's their red flag of how this is threat. So this is how this plays out. I know it's complicated, but if you want to make it simple, just follow this rule. Whenever there's a change in wire transfer instruction, call, have a conversation, make sure the two parties have a verbal conversation with each other and verify everything before sending out any money. So to prevent wire transfer fraud and business email compromise, confirm email, voicemail, chat requests by phones or in person before initiating wire transfer. And by confirming through other channels, if you get an email asking for a wire transfer, don't make a chat call through Teams, because if they've hacked your 365 mailbox, the odds are that they have access to your Teams as well. So just hang up and call them by phone. In business email compromise, remember other services are likely compromised, like your chat, your storage. So try to use an out-of-band method for communication, like your cell phone. Any changes, should require verification, like anything that has to do with a bank account change. That's the only way to be sure. Any transfers over a specific amount should result in oversight. So you and your company should define, if we get a transfer of this amount and it's being requested, let's have a little meeting and discuss this, regardless of whether it's asking for a transfer or not. Don't use copy-paste functions to insert bank details when making transfers. Use a bank that requires tokens to initiate wire transfer. So when a wire transfer is going out, they're going to send you a 2FA token to your phone or somewhere. And this is in case somebody accesses your bank account or accesses your computer and tries to use that to send an email. You need that token in order to proceed with it. Build a relationship with your bank officer. Bank officers will become familiar with you. They'll become familiar with, who you're sending money to, what the amounts are. So if they see something that's unusual, they'll kind of like flag it, put it on hold, and try to get in touch with you before approving it. Disable wire transfers in your bank account if you don't use it. Don't use unmanaged or BYOD devices to access bank accounts or to do any kind of financials from a BYOD computer. And don't conduct financial transactions from public Wi-Fi hotspots. So preventing bank app and cash app scams. Treat all incoming communications as suspicious and call back to verify. Never give your two-factor authentication or PIN to any customer service agent. Um, Especially if they're calling you out of the blue and they're telling you, "I'm calling from such and such cash app. We're noticing we're noticing that somebody's trying to withdraw money from you. Is this legit? I need to verify your identity. I'm going to send you a code." That's what they're actually doing there. Is they've probably gotten your email address and your password to log into your Cash App, but they don't have your phone. So they need the two-factor authentication, and they're tricking you into divulging it to them. When companies send you a code by phone, it's usually followed by the text, "Don't give this out to anybody." So don't give it out to anybody, even if they claim to be a customer service agent for the company. Don't jailbreak your phone. Don't conduct business finance from your smartphone, if at all possible. I mean, I know smartphones are sometimes our lifelines, but um, you know, um, I personally don't do it. Don't trust caller ID; it could be spoofed or faked. And if in doubt, call the number that's on the back of your credit card or on the back of your bank statement. Don't call the number that was sent to you in an email or in whatever unexpected communique you got. Password security. So reusing passwords. As you can see here, Yahoo's had about 3 billion accounts that have been hacked. MySpace, 360 million. Twitter, 330 million. And LinkedIn, 164 million. That's a lot of hacking. Um, and and this is why we shouldn't reuse passwords. This nice little site, haveibeenpwned.com, and the URL is down here. You can actually go in here and put your email address, and it'll tell you if your email address has been in any of these known breaches. Now, if your email address has been in any of these, you might want to change your credentials pretty quickly. Now, in a lot of these, you're going to see companies that are foreign to you, right? Like you might say, okay, hey, Facebook, I have a Facebook account. I know who Facebook is. I have a MySpace account. I know who that is. But what is this, verifications.io? What is this data enrichment exposure? That's because some of these companies are data aggregates. So you don't necessarily do business directly with them or have an account with them, but somebody that you have an account with is using them for something, and so they have your information and it's been exposed. So if that's the case, you should go in and find out what the what was taken, what information was lifted, and then if it's passwords or credentials, then definitely those should be changed. You can also, in this site, you can also plug in, you click here on the passwords section, and you can plug in passwords. And it'll tell you if these passwords are known compromised passwords. This site maintains a database of known compromised passwords. So if you're using a password that it appears in this site with this little red down here, oh no, it's pawned, yeah, I would change it. Okay, I change it, definitely. Now, password managers. Password managers are a good place to keep your passwords. Personally, my preferred method is to memorize passwords, right? Because your brain, nobody's going to hack your brain. But I understand, there's a lot of passwords that we have to memorize. We can't memorize them all. What I typically do is I use the same 5 or 6 passwords every day for the 5 or 6 things that I use every day. So what I typically do is I have a notepad where I have all my passwords written down, and I keep that in a lock safe, in a safe in my house with a combination. And I don't really need it because, like I said, I really only log into the same 5 places daily. And when I need to log into a place that I usually don't log into, I just go back and I get that notebook from my safe. That's a really good method. I'm not storing them electronically. They're stored between my memory, the 5 that I've memorized, and the rest are in a locked safe, where I only have to remember, one combination to that safe. Now, if you can't do that, a password manager is a good place to store your passwords. They're not infallible though, okay? But it's a heck of a lot better than a lot of the other options that I've seen out there that people are using. Storing your passwords on an Excel, putting them in a network share, even if it's a secure network share, it's not a good idea. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, 7-zip is a good utility. It lets you compress folders or files and encrypt them using AES 256, and then you could store them on your computer, or you could store them onto the network drive because they will be encrypted with an algorithm that's really, really difficult to crack. I mean, it would take years and years and years and years and years, even with super powerful computers. Okay, and here again, experts fear crooks are cracking keys stolen in the LastPass breach. This was a LastPass is a it's just like a key ring. It's a password manager, and even what they stole were the um, the password hashes, but they're going to try to decrypt those, and it might take a long time, okay, but it's just going to show that even these things are not 100%. Okay, nothing really is. So what do criminals do when they get a hold of these cracked passwords, right? So one is credential stuffing. Credential stuffing is a cyber attack where a malicious actor attempts to log into numerous user accounts using a hacked password. Stolen credentials can be used in phishing, scams, or in credential stuffing. So, for example, LinkedIn, I was affected by the LinkedIn hack. The password that I use for LinkedIn definitely is out there. Um, One of my friends also was affected by LinkedIn, and unfortunately for him, he used the same password for his LinkedIn account that he used for his computer and for his a bunch of other stuff. So he had the same passwords for a multitude of things. So after the LinkedIn hack, he gets this email that you see on the left, and it's telling him, "Dear such and such person, um, we've managed to hack your computer, and unless you pay us this amount of money, we've stolen all this information, and we see what you've been doing online, and we're going to make that publicly available." And my friend was, kind of freaked out. And I said, "Oh no, you can ignore that. That's fake." And he said, "Oh no, no, it's not fake. They know my password." So I logged in to his computer, and first of all, the password that he was using, PA dollar dollar W0RD, terrible password. Um, but eventually I figured out that that was the password that he had for LinkedIn. And so what they did is, since they knew his email address and they knew his LinkedIn password, they sent this to him. They sent this to a bunch of people, and but people actually fell for this because they thought that the hackers had hacked their local computers. So that's one of the ways that they could use those. And then also, if hackers figure that you've probably used the same passwords for more than one thing, and they steal the passwords. For example, if they steal the password from your LinkedIn account, so they've got your email, they've got your password, they might say, let me see if this person's using the same password for their, I don't know, for their work account or for their CRM or for their bank or for their eBay. And they're going to try to, use the same username and password combinations on eBay. They're going to try it on Zelle. They're going to try it on all these other services. And if you're using the same password for multiple services, you're going to get your account hacked. So what are password spray? It's a method where a malicious attacker uses known hacked passwords to attempt to log into a service or device. Attackers automate login attempts using leaked credentials from other sites, exploiting password reuse habits. So from this Have I Been Pawned account, they have a database that contains 15 billion known compromised passwords. Now, 15 billion is it's a big number, but it's not an impossible number for a computer. So if somebody's doing a brute force attack, they could have a list of all these known passwords that have been compromised, and they could start trying to use those passwords to try to guess what, not guess, but to try to see if your services are using one of these passwords. So and remember, it's not just somebody sitting there typing one password every few minutes. It's computers really automate this process. And what they're going to do is they're going to they probably know that most services will time out if you put 5 incorrect login attempts in 10 minutes. So they're going to try 5, okay? And then if that's not it, they're going to try those 5 onto another service and another, and then they come back to this service 10 minutes later and they try 5 more. And there's computers that are doing this day and night, night and day, all the time. Okay, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Okay, they never rest. And eventually, like they say, even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then. Eventually, they're gonna get into an account using this method. That's why they do it. That's why they spend the money to have computers doing this, because it's effective. So if your a password is on this known list of compromised passwords on Have I Been Pawned, change it. What are some bad password habits? People tend to use their kids' names, their pets' names, and dates. Terrible. Because why? Because we could find these things on social media. Here, you're looking at somebody's happy belated birthday. This person's birthday is on June 15th. Well, guess what? That means that social media has made public this person's birthday, right? 6/15. So if I'm a hacker, I'm going to type in, if I'm doing research on this person, I'm going to put 6/15 as a variable. And then let's say I know that this person has kids, named Bronson or Fiona. Uh, they could look for other important pieces of information like zip codes, phone numbers, address numbers. They plug all that into this program, and this program is going to relentlessly try combinations of all these different variables. And again, it's going to get through at some point. So that's why it's a terrible idea to use information or pieces of information that are available on social media as parts of your password. Now, this program is going to go away. It's going to get replaced by AI. Now, AI is going to be able to scrape the entire internet, not just social media, but the most obscure corners of the internet, to try to find bits and pieces of information, words, numbers that are important to people, and use that as combinations of passwords to try to get into their accounts. Okay, and that's why it's important that the passwords that you choose are not things that are near and dear to you. These are password cracking programs. You can also feed it variables, and if you've lost your computer and somebody has physical access to that, um, you know, you could boot up on a USB stick and start doing this, what's called a brute force password cracking. Usually, what that involves is first using a list of the most widely known common passwords, then using the list of known compromised passwords, and then just actually going into a brute force mode, which is just random, um, you know, sequential password numberings. And this is where having a long password comes in. The longer the password, the longer it's going to take. A 4-character or 5-character password could probably get hacked in a few hours or maybe even a day, versus an entire phrase of like 20 characters. It might be almost impossible to crack, or it might take years and years and years. So user-generated passwords should be at least 10 characters in length. Passwords should not expire frequently. This creates counterproductive behaviors. In the old days, they used to tell people to change your passwords every 90 days, and they would ask people to just use gibberish as passwords. Well, in 2017, NIST, or the National Institute of Standards, kind of backtracked on this. So they started recommending people not do this. The reason is, well, when you have gibberish as your password, it's hard to memorize. And if you eventually do memorize it, 90 days later, it's time to change it again, and you've got to start the process over again, it's terrible. So what people were doing, since they couldn't memorize their passwords, was they were writing it down on a piece of paper and sticking it to the back of their monitor or under the keyboard. And this had the actual reverse effect that they wanted, which was to make things secure. So now what they do is they tell people to use a long phrase and don't change it unless you suspect that there is some kind of that it's been breached somehow, or you know. Um, but because if you type in a long phrase, you'll be able, after you type it 3, 4, 5 times. If my password is, "Hey, I love chocolate and I need a vacation," yeah, it's long, but after I type that in 4 or 5 times every day, I'm going to memorize it. I'm not going to have to write it down. It's going to be easy to remember. So that's a really good password to have. Users should be prevented from using sequential characters such as baseball 123 or baseball 1234 or baseball in a year or your kid's name in a year. These are really bad passwords. Use two-factor authentications for added protection whenever possible. Avoid knowledge-based authentication, such as what's the name of your first pet. Why? Because this stuff is available on social media. Um, an AI chatbot, an AI bot scraping social media can easily figure out what your kids' names are, what your pet names are, whose birthdays, and then they could try different combinations of this. Or they can answer knowledge-based authentication. So if you have 3 questions to get a backdoor into your iCloud account, right? Like, what's the name of your first girlfriend? Where did you go to school? Where did your parents meet? We put this kind of stuff on social media. It's not that hard to find. So, somebody could potentially go in there and answer those 3 questions and get in through the back door. What I always do is I give out fake information, but I've written down the fake information on my little trusty notebook, and I keep it in my safe. That way, if I need to go back and get that information, it's there. That's when I need to, when I have no choice. But I generally try not to use knowledge-based authentication. Write passwords on notebook paper and keep them under lock and key until memorized. And use long but easy to remember phrases such as chocolate equals my.favorite.dessert. That's a great password. It's long, not going to be easy to guess, and it's going to be easy to remember. Don't use names or dictionary words followed by numbers. Don't reuse passwords across multiple systems. Don't store your passwords under your keyboard, in your drawer, in your Outlook, in your Gmail, on your phone, etc., etc., etc. Don't send passwords by text, email. Even if the text is supposedly encrypted, don't send the password by text, because even if the transfer of that is encrypted, it's going to sit at another person's phone. You're going to have your password sitting somewhere else on somebody's text message loop. Not a good idea. Never tell your password to anyone, including people from our support staff, from any help desk. Nobody should, not even your boss, nobody should know your password. Don't use information that is easily obtained online as part of your password. Don't use LEET. Okay, LEET was invented by hackers. Okay, you're not going to fool them by changing the LEET is when you change, for example, the S's for dollar signs or the O's for zeros or vice versa. Okay, that was invented by hackers in the old BBS forum days. That's not a really good method of securing yourself. Don't save passwords in your browser, and don't use knowledge-based authentication. Cookies and tokens. As an organization increases their coverage of multi-factor authentication, threat actors have begun to move to a more sophisticated technique to allow them to compromise corporate resources without needing to satisfy MFA, or multi-factor authentication. Recently, the Microsoft Detection and Response team has seen an increase in attackers utilizing token theft for this purpose. By compromising and replaying a token issued to an identity that has already completed multi-factor authentication, the threat actor satisfies the validation of MFA and access is granted to organization resources accordingly. This poses to be a concerning tactic for defenders because the expertise needed to compromise a token is very low and it's hard to detect. A few organizations have token theft mitigations in their incident response plan. So I'll break this down into English because I know that was an earful. Imagine that you're trying to break into somebody's house, right? And that person has a lock on their gate, they have a lock on the door, they have a pit bull in their yard. Okay, those are multiple deterrents. But let's say that if I know a magic word like a password, okay, I am instantly, the dog's gonna look at me and say, oh, he knows the password, let him in, and the person inside the door is gonna just say, oh, I'm gonna unlock the door and let you in because I know this password. So even though there are multiple um, uh, factors to get into the house, the minute that I open the gate with a key, get past the dog, and get into the house, the person inside the house is going to say, by the way, next time, so that you don't have to go through all this trouble, here's a special code word that I'm going to give you. Just mention this code word, and the dog's going to let you through, and we're going to open up the gate, and everything's going to open up for you magically, right? That's the best way I could put it. So that's why getting this token stolen from you is so um, dangerous, because if somebody has this token, they're not going to need they're not going to need to know your email. They're not going to need to know your password. You're not going to get a two-factor authentication. They're going to go straight in. Okay, do not pass go. Do not connect to that type of access they're going to have. So so you've got to be really, really careful with this. Um, I mean, this is token theft. Again, it's very difficult. What I always do is I have two browsers. I have one where I access my sensitive stuff, that browser, and then I have another browser what I use for general internet surfing. Because how do our tokens get stolen? When we're browsing the website, we land on a malicious website. That website can run some code to try to lift the tokens that are in the browser or on our computer that are used for other services. So that's why I always used a separate browser. That's one of the things that I try to do to kind of keep my token safe. Now, how do you get a token installed? Well, if you ever are logging into a service, you see these check marks where it says "Don't ask again on this device." Okay. Yes, when we're logging in, it's terrible to every time that we log into a website that we got to get our phone. It's going to send a code to our phone. We got to get that code and plug it in. So if you check this off, what that website does is it puts a little token in our computer, and the next time we go to that website, it actually checks our computer, looks for the token, and if the token matches what they have, they let us through, so we don't have to go through this two-step verification process. Again, but when you save that token on your computer, it could be stolen. Now, if you don't want that token put on your computer, you can uncheck this where it says "Don't ask again on this device." Yes, it's going to be a lot more inconvenient. You're going to have to authenticate yourself with two-factor each and every time, but there's not going to be a token for this. In this case, it's Google. There's not going to be a token that's going to get you direct access into your Google email. Each and every time, you're going to have to use the Authenticator app to get in. So it's possible to steal cookies from current or recent web sessions to bypass multi-factor authentication, and that's what token theft is. And there are various methods that hackers use to employ or steal session tokens or cookies, including cross-site scripting, phishing, man-in-the-middle attacks, or Trojan computer malware installed on your computers. So you can also set your browser to automatically clear cookies upon exiting the browser. Don't save passwords in your browsers. Don't put the "Don't ask me again on this computer" flag when prompted by a website. That'll keep your tokens out. Be careful what links you click, what sites you visit. Um, Use private or incognito mode when logging onto sensitive work sites or work-related sites. And don't log into sensitive sites from public hotspots or non-work provision devices. Session cookies are a way to show the server that a user has already authenticated. This includes passing the 2FA challenge. Your browser can use these cookies until it's past its expiration. Once the cookie has expired, you will be asked to authenticate. Since the cookies contain the user's data and track their activity, hijacking them allows the attacker to bypass two-factor authentication easily. A phishing website is one of the most popular tools to conduct man-in-the-middle attacks. By posing as a trusted entity, the criminal prompts the victim to authenticate themselves via an attached link and then intercepts the and can steal the two-factor the cookie or the token. Okay, and as we mentioned, this could be done by cross-scripting attacks, phishing, man-in-the-middle, even QR codes can do the same thing. Okay, so AI is going to play an important role in cybersecurity, as we mentioned on both sides. But I just want you guys to understand that AI is not infallible. And in this example, you could see here that some researchers have figured out ways to poison AI. In this case here, the AI was asked to produce a photo of a dog, a car, a handbag, and a hat. And as the AI was poisoned, the more poison that was put into it, the worse the AI performed, to the point where it was asked to produce a picture of a dog and it produced a picture of a cat. Okay, so that's why it's important. Even though you may have now the buzzword is AI security is going to be protecting you, it's always important for you to take your own security into your own hands. Social media watering hole. Well, at the beginning we mentioned that social media gets hacked to the tune of about 600,000 Facebook accounts each day. And when they hack these Facebook accounts, what hackers will do is they will put out a feed with something that looks like this, right? Where they'll send this out to their to the people that are on their social media group. And this one, it's somebody saying, "Oh, I made a special video for you. Click here to watch it." And you might think, "Oh, this person, um, you know, maybe they thought I'm a different person. They're sending this to me. Oh, let me just click on it and check it." And of course, this FacebookApp.com, that's a fake website. It's not Facebook.com. So when they click on that, probably going to say, to watch this video, you need a codec or something. It's going to try to download it from this website. Who knows what's going to happen? Now, I'm sure you've all gone to the supermarket and seen tabloids where, man claims he visited another planet and he brought back some coins, right? I mean, nobody's going to believe this, right? So why would you believe this? In essence, like, it's almost the same thing. It's so improbable that somebody who doesn't know you is sending you this video and tell you, oh, are you going to think really like this person sent it to her boyfriend but send it to you by accident instead? No, I mean, why would you believe that? So, if something just doesn't add up, it's probably fake. So what are some popular watering hole sites? Now, as I mentioned before, watering holes are when a site gets hacked, the malicious actors will use that site to propagate their malicious codes, right? So a website might get hacked. They put some code in there that when you visit that site, it might ask you to download something or something different, or it's asking you to do something. So when websites get hacked, one of the ways that you could tell is all of a sudden they're going to ask you to update something, right? Like your browser needs to be updated, or something like that's going to happen. Fake websites are also set up to attract users. Some of the popular websites that are watering holes, meaning they're set up to where you think that the purpose of the site is one thing, but actually there's a hidden agenda, right? So the purpose of the website that they're displaying is, oh, we've got this driver where drivers that you normally can't get without paying for them, or software you can't get without paying for them, we're offering them free on this website. Well, that's the purpose of it at the face value, but the real purpose of it is to get you to download something that's probably malware. Pornography sites, free, hack music, or, music download sites that are, you're pirating music. Wares, which are, a piece of software for, doing certain things. Those types of, downloads, um, pirated movies, all those types of sites. I mean, they're usually conduits for malware. Okay, and the reason it's called the watering hole is because these the piece of malware sit in this website waiting for you to visit it, right? You do a Google search, you're looking for free music download because you don't want to pay for your music. And you hit upon this website, and when you go there, boom, there's some malicious code that's being downloaded to your computer. And it's called a watering hole because if you've ever seen those nature documentaries where the wildebeest somewhere in Africa is going to the river to get a little drink of water, but what they don't see is the big crocodile that's there waiting. The crocodile is just there waiting for the wildebeest to come and pay a visit to the shoreline to get a drink of water. And that's when it attacks. And the watering hole sites are pretty much the same way. It's a targeted attack designed to compromise users within a specific industry or group of users by infecting websites they typically visit. I know of somebody who actually went to a website that they would visit every day for, not every day, but frequently, to order pizza. One day they went to that site, and the site stated, "We have a new ordering system. You'll need to update your browser. Click here." They clicked there, and they got, their computer got infected. Okay, that's because the site that they've been going to for years all of a sudden got hacked, and then the hackers put this extra code in there that gave them that message that stated, update your browser for our new ordering system, and it was actually malware. So any website could get hacked and become a watering hole. Okay, remember, hundreds of thousands of websites get hacked on a daily basis. Watering holes are often used to install malware, steal financial data, steal cookies or tokens, steal credentials, or inject malicious ads into browsers, or provide links to a malicious site due to, the fact that you're trusting the site because you go there pretty frequently. This here website, one of our clients called and they said, hey, your antivirus is flagging this, and we go to this website a lot. And when we actually did some research on it, we didn't just whitelist it. We researched this stuff, and yeah, that website got infected. It was confirmed by our antivirus vendor that it had some, banker, and it was in the checkout part of the website. So download only from sites that you trust. In this example here, we did a search and we found that an app called PDF Central. Okay, you can get that app from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, from 9 different websites that you could download that app. Now, this one, the first one, pdfcentralapp.com, yeah, that contained malware. The second one was saved, third one was saved. The fourth one, pdfcentralapp.com, it looks like it's the same thing. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, it's the same application.pdfcentralapp.com. That was malware. So, there's a lot of different places that you could find to download the same software. So you got to make sure that you're downloading it from the right place. And one of the ways that I like to check that I'm downloading it from the right place is by using trusty old Wikipedia. Okay, so A Trojan horse is a software that appears to be doing one thing, but in reality is doing something to that computer that the owner may not be aware of. So in order to avoid getting these Trojan horses on your computers, don't install software, because what happens is, you can get somebody could get a Microsoft Office, and they could add some malware to it, package it up, and post it up on their website, and buy a website called Microsoft Office Online dot org or something. That's not Microsoft's site. And before somebody figures that out and it gets taken down, okay, there could be hundreds or thousands of people that download that software from there. So for that reason, what I like to do is, if I'm downloading Microsoft Office, what I'll do is I'll put Microsoft Office Wikipedia. I'll go to the Wikipedia page. So in this example, Notepad++, it's a very common, it's like Notepad, right? It's like a simple word processor. But I found it to be in hundreds and hundreds of websites. So what I do is I Google Notepad++ Wikipedia, and it takes me to the Wikipedia page. And here I see that this is the the website. It's the developer's real website is notepad-plus-plus.org. Okay, and there are, if you can see in this article, fake Notepad++ website. As you can see in this article, Google's first search result was a fake version of this software. So that's why I always use Wikipedia. Yeah, so always, research before you download something. If you type, for example, PDF, and you go to Wikipedia, you can see Wikipedia has a list of PDFs. It has links to who the licenses are. That's another thing that's important to check, is the licensing of software, especially things like PDF viewers. Beware of copycat products that you could download from websites that are not the developers' websites. So always download from a trusted source. So Wikipedia has information about apps you could research and get a link to download from the real website. I use a PDF that's called Sumatra, right? And it's an open source PDF, but I go here to Wikipedia and I type in, and I see here I've got the real website of the developer, and that's how I know that I'm downloading from the correct website. If you just Google stuff, you never know. You could get something malicious. Hey, look, hackers, some of them, I mean, I'm sure you've seen pictures of hackers in front of their fancy cars, their Rolls Royces, and with a lot of bling. They have a lot of money. Okay, they're making bank, and they can afford to put ads. In this one here, KeePass, it's a password manager. www.keypass.info. Well, what you look at it and you think, wow, this is first of all, one of the things I thought is, why would this software that you can download for free and is open source be paying for somebody to download, to get a link to it? I couldn't visibly see it, but I'll tell you what it was. Okay, and this is really sneaky. There's other languages that have letters that have special little dots, like you'll see the two dots over the I, or you'll see like a little tilde over one of the letters. In this one, it made use of an alphabet. I think it's Cyrillic, where there's like a little dot under the K. So if you look at the URL, it's keypass.info, but there's a dot under the K. So that's not the regular, U.S. English or ANSI K, or excuse me, ASCII K. So yes, this is a fake website. But again, if you go to Wikipedia and you type KeePass Wikipedia, okay, you could go to down there and follow the link that's there to make sure. That's how difficult this has become. Okay, that you've got to be really, really careful. So some ads trick you into buying products that you can otherwise obtain for free. So in this one, you do a search for Microsoft Authenticator. The first one that pops up, and as you can see here, it's an ad, is from this Authenticator app. That, yeah, it's a paid application. And if you just click on the first thing you see, yeah, it's gonna go into your store, and you think you have to buy it. But then if you look down, this is the real Microsoft one, the Microsoft Authenticator. It has the word Microsoft in it, and this one you could download it for free. So don't just click on the first thing that pops up. Research apps before you install them. Call our help desk. We'll help you out with that if you need the help. So this is the watering hole attack that is common. When they hack a website, they'll put something like this. You need to update your browser to view the content. If you click on Update Chrome, what you're actually installing is not an updater. You're installing a piece of malware. When you need to update your browser, what you should do is go to Help, About, and in the case of, for example, here Firefox, you see there's a link here for an update, or there's a link to their website, and you could go there and do the update from there. But you see here it says update to 120.0. Okay, don't just click on something that appears on the website when you want to update your browser. So synchronizing your browser account means that in addition to your favorites, your extensions, cookies, passwords, credit cards, payment tokens, and other sensitive data are going to get copied to other devices that you synchronize with. So let's say you walk into your work, you log into your browser with your credentials, and then all that data gets synchronized, and then you go home, and in your personal computer you log into that same browser because it's your personal account or whatever. All those, the cookies, the credit cards, the passwords, all that stuff, it's going to get copied over onto your personal computer. So the bad thing is you're commingling the two things, and also the worst thing is that there are security implications with that, because you don't know. I mean, hopefully you have an antivirus on your computer. Hopefully it's in great shape, but it's not a managed computer, so it's usually not looked at with with such a careful eye as your work managed computer. Social engineering. So social engineering, it's not some, people think of hackers as, sitting in a dark room drinking a lot of coffee at night coding. But, there's social engineers, hackers, and if you've ever seen that movie Catch Me If You Can, that person, that's the quintessential social engineer. They trick people, through charm, right? They're able to influence other people, to fool other people, to lie to other people, and get them to believe them. So what are some of the telltale signs of social engineering? Well, one is that when something is too good to be true, it usually is. Two, when you're not expecting something, when it's coming out of the blue, it's probably fake. A sense of urgency or pressure to act now, that's another telltale sign. Attempts to create chaos, that is, boy, since we're little kids, I'm sure you've seen the little kids in the market where they don't get the lollipop, so they throw a tantrum, and the parents then, to avoid making a big public scene, they give in. So since we're little, a lot of people are, we want to avoid conflict, and hackers know this. So they try to create a big scene, they try to create chaos, and then we get nervous, and some of us may do things that we normally wouldn't do because we're acting under that pressure. When you're being asked to send money or to send information for something, that's another telltale sign. And of course, grammar, spelling, but that's not going to be as prevalent in the future due to AI. So hackers, social engineers are hackers that use charm, wit, cleverness, and social skills to impersonate, elicit information, and to defraud victims. So who are some great social engineers? Well, Ulysses, remember in the Odyssey, he provided gifts to kind of ingratiate himself. The devil in Genesis, where he says, I'm your friend. Charles Ponzi. That's where the Ponzi scheme is named after. He had the old, well, I'm going to double your money. He was a social engineer. He tricked a lot of people. Frank Abagnale, which is with that movie Catch Me If You Can. He used to fly around the country for free by having people believe that he worked for the airlines. And then the greatest social engineer was Kevin Mitnick. I mean, he was one of the, you know, greatest hackers, in our times because he fooled a lot of people and I'm not trying to put him in a positive light because it's not, but he did have you can't deny that he had talent for getting into things that he shouldn't have been getting into, and this is what social engineers done. They kind of they charm their way into things, or they make you believe things that normally you wouldn't believe. So hackers that use charm, wit, cleverness, social engineers to impersonate illicit information and defraud victim. So if you get a call from a bank, a credit card processor, the IRS, the phone company, and they ask for some kind of information, don't divulge it. Okay. Instead, ask for their name, their extension, and then call them back. And don't call them back at the number they tell you. Go to the back of your AT&T bill. Go to the back of your bank statement and call the number that's there and say, do you have such and such person at such and such extension? Okay, if they're calling you out of the blue, even if they're asking you I've seen where someone calls and they claim to be from the phone company and they say you have a past due balance, but before we could discuss this, I need to verify your account number and the last four digits of your PIN or your PIN number. That's what they're trying to get out of you. Okay, so you got to be real careful with that. Unless you can positively identify the person that called you, never give out any information. Reduce the amount of information about yourself in Facebook, LinkedIn, and other social media sites because social engineers they go over these sites to learn a little bit about you. They do their homework, and now with AI, AI is going to be able to scrape a lot of information about you on the internet. Do not give passwords or personal information to help desk or support technicians. They should have all the information they need to do their work. Careful who you add as a friend or connect to when using social media. The minute you let somebody in as a friend, they have more information available to them about you than a person that's not in your friend group would have. Don't post information about the owners of your business. Don't post their email addresses. Don't post private information about them or anything like that because they're high value targets, right? If there's a lot of information known about the CEO, CFO, CIO, social engineers could use that information, right, to try to come up with profiles about people. They'll know if they know the CEO's name and they know the CFO's name, they know whose email address they could use to send a fake wire transfer request, things like that. So be careful what you post. Also, fake job ads. In this case here, we have North Korean hackers that infiltrated Chile's ATM network, and what they did is they posted a fake job ad, and one of the bank employees answered that they did a fake Skype job interview, and in the middle of the interview, the hackers were saying, "Well, we're going to send you a list of the requirements in this PDF document." They did a transfer, a file transfer within the app, um, within the app that they were using, the Skype. So it kind of bypassed. It wasn't by email where it was being filtered. They kind of bypassed. And this employee looking for the job opened up that document and got the bank infiltrated. He did it from inside work. So yeah, you've got to be careful about things like that too. Hackers are very creative and they're very smart. So also, social engineering can be used for jobs, right? So there are dangers in hiring online without knowing fully who the person at the other end may be. You don't want to put an ad out there for somebody to do a work from home or for your customer service or for a developer, give them access to your network or to some information without really vetting that person 100%. So as with any fraud, be aware of any anger, aggression, or other intimidating techniques. Be aware of this. I'm using it as an employee. Um, if you're looking for a job, if the employer is trying to intimidate you into doing something, uh, be aware of employees or employers that are using PO boxes, virtual addresses, or forwarding addresses. Make sure that they have a physical location, that the number that they're giving you for their conference matches the number that's on their website. Be aware of potential employees who refuse in-person meetings, who refuse drug tests, in-person interviews, or who even don't want to turn on their camera during an interview. Beware of employees who refuse to enable their camera to allow live video during interviews. Beware of attempts to change payment transfer details other than what's on a freelancer platform if you're working with or doing freelancing. Beware of multiple online profiles with overlapping information, different photographs, or no pictures at all. And while some people prefer anonymity, be extra careful with people who have very little digital footprints. Have your own HR department conduct its own due diligence aside from what's being done, by these platforms that are recruiters or freelancers, or even hire a background company, a company that does background checks, to vet employees for you. So during pretext attacks, threat actors typically ask victims for certain information, stating that it is needed to confirm the victim's identity. In reality, the threat actor steals this information and then uses it to carry out a secondary attack or identity theft. The most reviled form of baiting uses physical media to disperse malware. For example, attackers leave the baits, typically malware-infected flash drives. So if you're going around and you find that you found a portable drive, you found a USB flash drive, or even a charging cable just lying around, and you think, wow, lucky me. Consider that it could have been an attacker that planted that, waiting for you to find it. Okay. Um, in honey trap and pig butchering attacks, the perpetrators pretend to be romantically or sexually interested in the victim, and they lure them into an online relationship. The attacker then persuades the victim to reveal confidential information or pay them large sums of money. I'm sure you've all seen that, where you get these texts that just say hello. If you answer that, they'll try to engage you in a conversation. And if you continue with that conversation, eventually there will be an exchange. They'll try to find out if you're a man or a woman. They'll try to send you photos. In some cases, ridiculous. There have been women that have been sent photos of like famous Hollywood actors, and the Hollywood actors are saying that even though they're famous, they're really lonely and they're looking for. And then I can't believe people fall for this, but they do. Um, these social engineers can be very good and very convincing, and the ultimate goal is going to be to get money out of you, or to get your information so that they could withdraw the money. SMS phishing scammers send text messages that spoof multi-factor authentication requests and redirect victims to a malicious website page that collect their credentials or install malware on their phones. So, so the way that works is, if you happen to Google, for example, the name of a company, and you call their support and you're calling a fake website, they might have you log in to your service, and when that service sends you an SMS or a text message for two-factor authentication, they're going to ask you for that, and that's how they're able to get your website. They'll send you, they'll tell you, like, okay, I'm going to send you a link. We're going to do a remote connect session or something like that. You click on the link. It's going to ask you to log in to your whatever account, and then they're going to tell you at some point, well, I'm going to send you a code to your phone. Tell me what that code is. Well, what you've done is you've logged in to your service, um, where they're able to then take your. Okay, hold on. Actually let me read this real quick and back up. SMS phishing scammers send text messages. Okay. All right. Now, let's go back here. So in SMS phishing, the scammers are going to send you a text message asking you to log in to something, and that something is usually going to ask you for your email password, your credentials, and then try to basically steal your credentials, steal your cookies, or with the purpose of them being able to gain access to that website. Tailgating is where like somebody will follow you within close proximity. We've all seen that if we live in an apartment where you have doors that locked, somebody will come up close behind you when you unlock the door to get into the lobby. They'll walk in right behind you. Well, that can happen at work in secure areas. That's known as tailgating. Um, and of course, the watering hole, we already talked about that, so I'm not going to go over it again. And then in social engineering, also, be careful what you post because there's something called the grandparent scam, where when you post that you are, for example, on vacation, um, you have let's say your kids go on vacation and they are posting pictures of themselves in the Bahamas. You if a malicious person sees that, they might call you and say that they're from the police department and that your kid's been arrested and they need to make bail and you need to wire transfer them $5,000. That's a pretty common scam. So if, always again try to speak to try to get some kind of proof that that's real. It's probably usually not. Um, then I mean, this happens a lot to grandparents, right? Where they get scammed into getting believe that their grandchildren or their children have been involved in some kind of an accident in a foreign country, that the hospital bill needs to be paid. And then, of course, you have the theft um, problem where if a hacker sees that you are posting pictures of yourself on vacation and you're not home, they're going to figure it's an occupied residence. And hackers can recruit people in all places of the world, right? So they could recruit somebody from the local crime syndicate or whatever to go and look at your house to see if there's in fact somebody that's not there. And if there's nobody there, then that's a target for theft. Also, be careful what you post online. In this image here, this is an IT company that, basically did some quotes from some big companies that are their clients, and they, it's a testimonial. But if I'm a hacker and I'm looking at this, I already know what the name of the IT company is, and I already know the name of two of their clients. So I could either pose as somebody from the IT company and call their clients pretending to be from the help desk, or if I want to hack the IT company, I could call the IT company and pose as one of their clients. So that social media post or that website post gave me some insight that I wouldn't have had if it wasn't for that. Here, in this article, a former NASA contractor was arrested on charges allegedly hacking to obtain nude photos. And the way he did it is he worked with these employees, and during the lunchroom, he would ask some innocuous questions, right? Hey, what's the name of your dog? Oh, I didn't know you had kids. What are their names? Blah blah blah. Now he tried to get into their Apple iCloud accounts, or I forgot. I think it was Apple, and of course there was uh, knowledge-based authentication, right, where you could reset your password if you knew three things, and the people that he had hacked were the questions that they chose were what was the first school you went to, and what was the name of your first dog. So this person would ask these employees those types of questions in what was seemingly you know regular conversations. but it was for the purpose of getting these answers to be able to get a password reset. Then he got into their phones and got some of the, some nude photos. Um, so if you have somebody that's asking you in a conversation questions that seem all too familiar, like what school did you go to, where did your parents meet, those types of questions, I wouldn't answer those. So deep fakes, computer systems are capable of mimicking a person's voice, and they've already been used to trick CFOs out of hundreds of thousands of dollars in wire transfers. When you get a call, it's unexpected, or a voicemail, and you're being asked to either send money or do something really unusual, um, hang up and call back the number. Okay, if it's from your CEO, call back, hang up, and call back the CEO at the number that you have for him saved on your phone. Okay, and that's the only way that you're going to be 100% sure. You can also ask some very detailed questions. Hey, what did we talk about yesterday? When was the last time we went and had a beer together? Something else that's not going to appear on social media. But the best way to do it is to really not rely on voicemail messages, recorded videos, um, even even if he's calling you via a video conference, or he's calling you and you're having a real life conversation. That's no guarantee. I mean, with AI, you never know what's going to be real or not. So hang up and call to verify. Scareware, I'm sure you've seen this. They used to be really common. It's not so much anymore, where you get these pop-ups scaring you into, letting you believe that you may have a virus, your computers, and 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 you have to click on that to get rid of it. Don't click on it. Okay, you can always exit out of it by clicking Alt F4. Okay, that way you do not have to click on any part of that window, because the minute you click on any part of that window that popped up, whatever that thing is going to be doing, which is either trying to take you to a malicious site or trying to download something, it's going to actually do it when you click on it. So click Alt F4. It'll close it without you having to log in, without you having to interact with it. Or if you're not 100% sure, just click Control Alt Delete and then restart your computer, or just hit Control Alt Delete and then close your browser or whatever other Windows making that come up. Okay, so a remote access Trojan is a piece of malware that criminals want to put onto your computer, and this is basically what a lot of viruses are. And once this rat is installed on your computer, it provides keystroke loggers or clipboard loggers. So whatever you type in on your keyboard, whatever goes into your clipboard, it's going to basically put it in a text file and upload it to the hacker. A screen logger, it can take pictures of your screen periodically, and that's another reason why I always tell people never to click on that show password. It can activate and view your webcam. That's why you see sometimes people put tape over their webcam. It can also wipe or encrypt your hard drive. It could use your PC as a proxy. From there, they launch attacks. So when those attacks are investigated, they'll come back to your computer instead of to theirs. And they can also use that to install their other software. So in order to avoid remote access Trojans, don't install crack or bootleg software. Don't load software from untrusted sources. Remember to always use the Wikipedia. And don't share USB sticks or DVDs or CDs with your pals. Also, avoid ads that are asking you to download software that are fixes, right? Especially like registry fixes and things like that. A lot of that stuff is what they call PUP, or potentially unwanted programs, or in more colloquial terms, junkware, right? In this case here, this is a very common website, which is Speed Test, and you click this green button to begin the speed test. But if you look here, this ad was carefully created with a green button. So if you're not really paying attention and you've done, like, I've gone to this website so many times. If I always pay attention, but if you're not paying attention, you could potentially click on this wrong green button and download the software, install it, and then you've got something that later on is going to start nagging you about, paying for something that is included with your Microsoft Windows anyways. So what type of software can contain malware? Well, peer-to-peer, that's where you share programs with other people. And in this here, you have like a mesh of all these computers. Everyone shares a folder with the others. People use that to share videos, to share programs, to share music. Well, if any of these computers are infected, it's likely that you're going to get that virus infected, or program you're going to get it also. And here you see key generators, and that's where it's a little harder to do nowadays, but they're still out there, and it's where you try to get product keys to get programs to work without having to pay for them, like crack software. Crack software also software that you don't need to install, serial numbers or authentication codes or login in order to use that. So those really are the programs that most likely are malware ridden. Which types of sites can contain malware? Well, pornography, movies, free movies, cracked movies, wares, okay, cracking programs, um, social media also can contain it. But your corporate website could. Any site really. Your corporate website could get hacked and become a watering hole. Tens of thousands of websites get hacked every day. Once they're hacked, a legitimate website could be used to download malware on unsuspecting victims' computer. That's what a watering hole is. Okay. Tech support scams. As you can see here, lucky us, we are the recipient of 58% of the world's tech support scams. And so never take unexpected support calls for face value. If somebody calls you and they're claiming to be from, Microsoft support, Netflix support, Apple support, and you're not expecting that, I mean, don't download or install or give that person any information. Never give a multi-factor authentication code to anyone from any tech support staff that's asking for it. Never allow an MFA app. Never agree. Like if you're getting an MFA code and you have to click agree or deny, never agree to it if you're getting it out of the blue where you're not logging in to something. And also, when you're calling in for support, make sure you've got the right number that you're calling. I went online and I Googled Netflix support, and look at this. The first site I got was, this is obviously not Netflix. Okay. The first site, and here's the number. If you're just not paying attention and you don't even see this, and you call that number, they're going to answer Netflix support, and because I called just to see what it was, and they're like, yeah, we'll help you out, and they were willing to help me as long as I gave them my Netflix credentials and my credit card number. And at best case scenario, what they were probably going to do is log into my Netflix account and fix whatever problem I had, because they knew the Netflix, system better than I did. And then they would have charged me for it. Something that if I had called the real Netflix, they would have done for free. So don't pay for things that are free. All right, so now we're going to talk about data privacy. So what is data privacy? What are the different types of data, of private data, and how to protect the data privacy? So data privacy refers to the protection of personal information from unauthorized access or use by others. It's the rights of individuals and groups to determine for themselves when and how information about them is communicated to others. Data privacy is becoming increasingly important in our digital age, where more and more personal information is being collected and stored online. Data breaches have serious consequences, including identity theft, financial loss, and reputational damage. The HIPAA Act of 1996 for healthcare providers, Privacy Act of 1974 for federal agencies, GLBA for financial institutions, USA Patriot Act, the Electronic Communications Act. These are all um, uh, related to privacy, and there's lawsuits and penalties are involved in your if you're in breach of these. So if you're a an entity, you may be regulated by some of these, right? So if you know that you are regulated by HIPAA because you're a medical facility or a doctor or clinic or a hospital, you've really got to take this the privacy, not only the privacy, but there's other parts of HIPAA and all these other um, frameworks. Excuse me. Regulatory bodies that are going to ask you to have certain frameworks in place for not only privacy but also for security. And there could be lawsuits and penalties involved with data breaches or um, not being in compliance. Protections against undue interference, such as searches and snoopings, where employees have the right to monitor their systems and premises. It's important to post conspicuous notices to let people be aware that they are being monitored. BYOD, or bring your own device, can become a privacy concern if personal and work data are commingled on the same device. So, for example, discovery, wipe, monitoring, these are all things that have to be taken into consideration if you are in an organization that is governed by a regulatory body. If you're allowing your employees to use personal phones, for example, and they're accessing emails through their personal phone, well, that could become a bit of a nightmare for you, right? Because you don't know if their kids are using the personal phones. You don't know what type of security is on their personal phones. You don't know if the employee's taking the cell phone to a repair shop where they're snooping through things. And if your patient data or your client's financial data are in any parts of that phone, or or being sent by email, even if you're sending an encrypted email, it's going to be in somebody's inbox or deleted items. Yeah, then that could constitute a breach right there. So, a data broker. So, what is a data broker? It's a company that specializes in collecting and aggregating personal data, such as income, ethnicity, political beliefs, geolocation data, or data about companies. And that's today's oil, right? Data, that's what all companies really want, is to have as much data about us as possible. It's worth a lot of money. It could be used, to make money. So from public records or sourced privately, selling or such information to third parties for a variety of uses. In a recent project, researchers purchased 45,000 service members' data for as little as 12 cents each, including in one data set. The results showed service members living near military installations, including Virginia's Quantico and Fort Walker, formerly known as Fort A.P. Hill, and North Carolina's Fort Liberty, known as Fort Bragg. The researchers found that many of the brokers lacked controls on who could purchase the data or regulations to ascertain the intended use of the information. Um, Larger data purchases of over 1.5 million service members were available for as little as 1 cent per record from at least one broker that the researchers contacted. So, again, you've got to take this into consideration, where you store your data, how it gets used, who's going to have access to it, because you don't want your data ending up in places like these data brokers, where then it could be then sold. And if that data is protected by, for example, HIPAA, and it goes outside of the boundaries of who could view it, then that could be a big problem or a big issue. And data collectors, they collect a lot of information from places like cell phone, internet browsers, and things like that. So you've really every place, every application that touches um, you know private data or regulated data, that's meant to be kept private, has to be considered. So we always think of private data as like a social security number or something like that. But did you know that a person's age, birth date, personal details, contact details, birth certificates, online shopping accounts, login credentials, court records, all these things and more can constitute, um, you know, personal or private data. And even innocuous things that we sometimes take for granted, they can be mixed and matched to do inference, which then could lead to private data. So even some pieces of data that you might think are public could actually be matched to then infer data that is considered private. Okay, so here's what I was talking about. So inference is a conclusion based on the basis of evidence or reasoning, right? So PII, or personally identifiable information, is data can be used to identify a person. An example of PII is a driver's license number, the name, address, or social security. Information is not PII by itself and can become PII based on context. For example, a person can be identified with up to 99% accuracy with just a zip code and a birth date. So if you publish a list of birth dates and zip codes, you're thinking, oh, this is not private. There's no name associated with it. But if you have a zip code and a birth date, okay, you can infer with 99% accuracy who that person is. And I'm going to give you an example in a minute. Here, Uber crunches user data to determine where most one-night stands come from. So Uber never asked anybody, hey, do you do one-night stands? But from inference, right, what they call a right of glory, it tracked usage of service during Friday and Saturday nights that were specific to those who on occasion found love that you might immediately regret upon waking up the morning after. So yeah, so apparently what they were doing is they were tracking who went out, took an Uber to like a someplace like a club, and then took an Uber back, but not to their own address, but to another address, and then that next morning they took an Uber back to their own address. So they made the inference of and then so that be just addresses or what have you, that inference was made, right, from those three pieces of information: address A to address B to address C, and then back to address A. Okay, here's an example how data could be de-anonymized to identify you. Some time ago, some researchers published a long list of people that had I can't remember the exact details. It was a medical research, but they published a list, but they redacted the people's names. But they did put the zip codes and the gender, right, and the birth year. But then another researcher was going through this data and figured out that in any given zip code, there's usually like one or two people that have the same, or maybe two or three people that have the same birth year. And out of those two or three people that have the same birth year, probably 50% are male, 50% are female. So you put those three pieces together and you can like pretty much identify somebody with a 99% accuracy. So here, if you look here, if you have two pieces of information, gender male and a zip code. In this particular zip code, which is mine, there's a population of 35,249, right? Now, if I put a range of birth dates from 1967 to 1971, there are a lot of people in the same age range as me, about 1,500. But if I put that down to 1967, let's say, it lowers it. So there's 315 people that are my age, okay? And then if I put my date of birth, the exact date, I'm the only one, okay? So if somebody knows my zip code and my birth date from a piece of information, they can infer that person is me. So data classification. Data is classified according to sensitivity levels, high, medium, or low. High sensitivity data is data that if it's compromised or destroyed in an unauthorized transaction, it would have a catastrophic impact on the organization or individuals. Data classifications are up to you, and how you do it, there are many ways, right? You could do it as sensitive, private, public, right? Um, Top secret, internal use only, public. You know, the labels are up to you, but you should label or classify your data so that the people that are handling it know the level of sensitivity that the data has, um, and how they should treat that data. And this should be documented, and your employees should know where that data can go, where it can't go. You want to make sure that something that's classified as high sensitivity, they're not just uploading it to some cloud drive somewhere, or they're not putting it on the public folder on your network. And that's something that needs to be documented, and your employees should definitely know about that. So PHI, or protected health information, is any information in the medical record or a designated record that can be used to identify an individual and that was created, used, or disclosed in the course of providing a healthcare service such as a diagnosis or treatment. Patient names, account numbers, blood test results, billing information, MRI scans, appointments, notes, phone records, etc. These are all types of PHI. PCI is payment card information. It's any data that's used in part of processing transactions, right? So like credit card numbers, PIN, cardholder names, etc. IP is intellectual property. It's a work that is a result of creativity, and examples are manuscript designs, copyrights, trademarks, inventions, etc. So data acquisition. Acquire data only when it serves a business purpose. Don't be a data pack rat. There's if you're running a business and you need three things from a person, right? I've been to places where they're asking me, they want to make a copy of my driver, or they want to scan my driver's license, and I ask them for what purpose, and the employees can't really get, oh, that's just company policy. Okay, but to do what I want, or to buy what I wanted to buy, they didn't need that. They needed showing them my driver's license to prove to them that I am who I say I am should have been enough. Okay, but they're being a pack rat, and that could come back and hurt them, because if they ever get hacked into, okay, my driver's license is sitting somewhere on their systems, and that can be exposed, and that's not good. So only acquire data that serves a business purpose, and don't try to get as much data as you can, and destroy that data after it's served its purpose. So if, for example, if you collect some data as part of a transaction, let's say your credit card gives the person 30 days for to call and say that they're not happy and they want a refund, and you want to dispute that. Okay, so let's say you have that a copy of that person's credit card, or you have a copy of their receipt, or you have a copy of their driver's license, or you have a video of them showing that they received the product. After the 30 days, you know that they're not going to call back and try to make a claim. So just get rid of all that stuff. A, it's going to save space on your network, and B, it's not going to come back and be a liability if there's ever a breach on your systems. And define what data can be collected with a written policy. That way your employees are not asking for data that you really don't need. And also define the medium where private data can be entered or stored. And this is very important. If you break privacy down to different levels, you can better protect it with what's called access of least privilege. While all HR data is private, an employee's social security number may be more private than their earnings, and thus be in a higher security category. So you don't want to lump all that stuff together into one folder and then give your entire HR department access to the folder where the employee's social security number is and their earnings are, right? Or where their work contract is. What you want to do is you want to create three separate subfolders, and you want to label one with a higher privacy setting. Maybe it's called Social Security numbers or passports or something, and then there you store the employee's Social Security number, and you only give access to that to the HR person that is doing their payroll or something, right? And then you could have other folders where you give more people access because maybe it's just their earnings or their work contract or something that it wouldn't be great if it got out, but it won't be as bad as if their Social Security numbers got out. So by defining protection categories, you could grant access based protection levels. For example, the payroll team may have access to all employee salaries, but not to their Social Security numbers, while they're on the onboarding staff may have access to employee Social Security numbers, but not their salaries. This is more secure than granting them access to the entire HR data set, and it's called access of least privilege. Protecting data on the network. Use ACLs or access control list and access of least privilege, which we just discussed. When creating network folders, call our help desk to have these access control lists applied. So don't just create a folder on the network and start putting data in there. Call us, contact us so that we could properly secure those folders. You let us know who should have access to what folders. Encrypt folders that have private data, okay? Especially if the data is portable, like a laptop, or if you're keeping data on an external drive or USB stick. Use file auditing and DLP to monitor and prevent exfiltration of private data. So DLP is data loss prevention. It can flag when somebody's trying to move private data or data that's contained in a certain folder, or it's flagged with a certain sensitivity level when they're trying to move it out of your network, maybe upload it to when they're trying to upload it to a Google Drive, or if they're trying to copy it to a USB stick or sending it out via unencrypted mail, it could block that. And again, and I can't emphasize this enough, collect only what is necessary and destroy what is no longer needed. So how do you check on your network who's got permission to what? If you click on a folder and you go to properties, you're going to see right here a list of everybody who's got access to that folder. Now, what happens when you create a subfolder within a folder? So let's say I've got this folder called Cybersecurity Training, right? And then under this folder, I create a folder called Private. And I start putting some very private, sensitive information about our cybersecurity training. Well, guess what? Whoever has access to cybersecurity training is going to have access to that private folder underneath this folder. So that's why it's important to call our help desk and say, hey, I just created a subfolder in cybersecurity, but I don't want everybody who's got access to our cybersecurity training to have access to that folder, because it has the PowerPoints that we use for this, and I don't want everybody to have that. So we would then proceed to give access only to the people that would need it. Okay, so data has three states: at rest, in use, and in transit. And it's important to protect data in all three states by creating policies that dictate how data should be handled. So I'm going to go back here. So data at rest is data that's sitting somewhere, right? At your server, on a hard drive, on your computer. Data in use is data that you're actively using it. It's in your computer's memory. You pulled it up into your HR software and you're editing it. Okay, that's data in use. And then data in transit is data that's being moved from one place to the other. For example, when you email something to someone. So avoiding data sprawl. To do this, to avoid data sprawl, keep your private data centralized so that it can be tracked and managed easily. Use the law of parsimony, Occam's razor, KISS. Keep it simple. And also you should also have a written definition of where private data can and cannot be stored, and have documented every place that you have data so that you don't have data in places that you don't know about. Read a cloud provider's user agreement to see how they handle the data and who has access to the data outside your organization. Make sure that the service provider can comply with your requirements. Never reuse passwords and always use two-factor authentication to access cloud provider services. Of course, don't fall for phishing links that can expose your session cookies, and encrypt files before uploading them or asking your provider if they have file encryption available. If you find that you've got a website where there's some PII, so for example, this Fast People Search, yeah, they've got my phone number on there, they've got my birth year. I don't like that. If in Google you see that there's these three little dots called the hamburger bun. You click on that, and then you can click on remove result, and Google will remove it from their search index. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. So protecting data in use. Watch out for shoulder surfers when you're entering PI, PHI, or PCI data. If you ever go into a hospital, you'll notice that you'll never sit next to the person that's registering. They always sit in front of you so that you can't be looking at the screen what they're doing, and that's in case they pull up somebody else's, medical document that you won't be able to see it. Don't enter PII, PHI, or PCI when using a remote support session. So if you call us and we've remoted into your computer because we're helping you with an issue, before you give us remote access, please close anything that has somebody's personal health records, unless what you're asking us to help you with is that. Okay, but if it's not necessary, again, we shouldn't view it. Don't click the view password icon when connecting to our remote support session. If you need to answer if you need to log in or do something where you see that sensitive data is going to be needed and you're going to have to enter it and it may be viewed on screen, there's no shame. I mean, you can ask our technicians, hey, let's disconnect and reconnect back in 30 seconds. Never use a password that was given to you. All passwords, when we're reset or given to you, should always ask to have it changed. Okay, so whether it's an email, whether it's your computer, whatever it is, if anybody provides you with a password and it doesn't ask you to change that password after your first login, please email me, email security@falconitservices.com and report that so that we can further investigate. Because nobody should have static passwords. So before viewing personal information, check who has access to your physical screen, right? Shoulder surfers or remote desktops. Data at rest. Use encryption to secure data stored on storage media. So if you've got some really highly sensitive stuff and you're placing it on the network, you may want to consider what I had previously mentioned before, is using a program like 7-Zip to encrypt that data, right, with AES-256. Prevent the use of simple passwords or simple retrieval mechanisms to get to your data. Use data loss prevention to fence sensitive data so that it cannot be copied outside of the boundaries of what you would consider this is where our data should live. And implement file auditing, file access logging, so that if there's some unusual activity with your data and it's being exported somewhere where it shouldn't be, that there's not only a log of that event, but that maybe that you would get an alert. Okay, I went over this part earlier, so I'm not going to go over it again. But do not collect or maintain sensitive PII without proper authorization. Collect only the PII that is needed for the purpose which it is collected for. Do not distribute or release sensitive PII to other employees, contractors, or even third parties unless you are first convinced that the release is authorized, proper, and necessary. When discussing sensitive PII on the phone, confirm that you're speaking to the right person before discussing the information, and inform him or her that the discussion will include sensitive PII. Never leave messages containing PII on voicemail or send to a general fax number, or even print to like a group printer. So if you're printing a piece of document that may contain some PII, get up and go get that document right away before somebody else sees it. Or consider having a printer in your office, like a private printer where you could print sensitive information to, so that nobody else can accidentally go in and have it picked up by somebody who shouldn't, or maybe it gets commingled with what somebody else is printing on a group printer. Same thing for a fax. If you're sending PII via fax, coordinate with the recipient. Tell them, we're sending some PII. Please make sure that the appropriate person is standing at the fax machine to receive it. Avoid discussing sensitive PII if there are unauthorized personnel, contractors, or guests in the adjacent cubicles, rooms, or hallways who may overhear your conversations. Hold meetings in a secure space. No authorized access or eavesdropping possible. If sensitive PII will be discussed, and ensure that the room is secured after the meeting. Treat notes and minutes from such meetings as confidential unless you can verify that they do not contain PII. Record the date, time, place, subject, chairperson, and attendees at any meetings involving PII. Clearly label all files containing sensitive PII by placing appropriate physical labels on all documents. Removing media such as thumb drives, information systems, and applications. Lock up all hard copy files containing sensitive PII in secured file cabinets and do not leave them unattended. Keep accurate records where PII is stored, used, and maintained. Periodically audit all sensitive PII holdings to make sure that all such information can be readily located. Do not place PII on shared drives, multi-access calendars, the intranet, or the internet. When using the U.S. Postal Service to deliver information with sensitive PII, double wrap the document so that you can't see through the envelope. Mark the inside of the envelope as confidential with a statement to be opened by addressee only, and send it first class or certified mail. Dispose of sensitive PII appropriately. Use cross-cut shredders to burn or burn bags for hard copy records, and permanently erase, not just delete, electronic records. Promptly report all suspected compromises of sensitive PII related to security report it to security@falconitservices.com, as well as your organization's security or compliance officer. So data sprawl. PII sent by email gets synchronized with multiple devices. Data sprawl is one of the biggest dangers to data privacy. So if my driver's license, okay, in this example here, if my driver's license from my prior slide conversation had been sent by email, it would be in 4 computers, right? So let's say I send from my laptop, right, a copy of my driver's license to one of the other people. That computer may be it's going to go into the cloud email service. It's going to sit in the inbox. Maybe if they delete it, it might sit in the deleted items. Okay, but that may be accessed by a desktop computer. And when that desktop computer synchronizes with the cloud mail server, there's going to be a local copy of it on that desktop computer. It may be accessed by a phone. Same thing. There's going to be a local copy that's going to be stored on the phone, and there's going to be a local copy stored on the tablet. So let's say that I send that email, I copy 3 other people, all right? So there's 4 people, and then each person has, assuming 4 devices, that my driver's license is now sitting on the local hard drive of 16 devices. Okay, so that's you got to watch out for things like that when you're sending PII by email, or when you're uploading it to a cloud that synchronizes with devices. So how do we protect data in transit? Use a secure service with encryption to transmit data. Encrypt files that contain sensitive information, especially on mobile devices. Don't allow sensitive information to be stored and forgotten. Keep track of it by documenting. Keep track of IT assets and properly destroy them when they're no longer used. Scan transit channels for sensitive data such as DLP. And just because you read somewhere that says end-to-end encryption, or that you read that something is HIPAA compliant, it doesn't mean that it's automatic. Additional steps may be required. If someone accidentally sends you PII by email, and it's sitting in your attachments, you might want to delete it, and you may want to, first of all, do with it what you need it for, right? Save it to the approved storage silo where it's supposed to sit, but don't just leave it in your mailbox, in your inbox. Don't even leave it in your deleted items. Delete the mail and then delete that from your deleted items. The first thing you should do is actually go and remove attachment, then delete the email, and then go into your deleted items and delete it from there. So is Outlook with Office 365 HIPAA compliant? The short answer is no, but it can be. It's an actual service that you have to pay for, to achieve compliance. People think, well, I've got Office 365 now. I could send email to the doctor. It doesn't really work that way. You have to actually do some tweaking to it. It's not an out-of-the-box experience. So don't just, open up an Office 365 account and then think, well, my other physician has Office 365 also, so if we send emails between one another, we're covered. It doesn't really work that way. You have to basically set it up. So here, when you're sending email, again, this is, if you're using Office 365, this is something that you'd have to set up. Okay, it's not the standard that everybody has. You're gonna have to upgrade your plan to get this feature, but once you have it, you're gonna see that there's a little encrypt key lock here, and that's how you encrypt your email so that you're able to send encrypted email using the Office 365. We provide Nextcloud, which is a free utility where you could transmit, files securely from one place to another. I'm kind of going to give you a brief demonstration of how it works. Okay, so if you visit our website, you can go to Resources, Falcon Cloud Apps, and then go to Nextcloud. You come into this screen and you click on the Nextcloud icon, and it's going to take you into here. Then you'd have to basically log in. If you're not if you don't have a login, it's real easy. It's self-registration. You select open up in a new account. You put in your email address, and it'll send you a 2FA code to that email address, and then from there you finish the setup. It will use the Microsoft or the Google or Microsoft Authenticator app for 2FA. And you cannot sign up using like a Gmail or an Outlook.com. You'd have to use your work email because it's we just don't let everybody sign up to it. You'd have to be one of our clients. But once you're in it, you've signed up. To give you an example of how I would transfer something. Okay, I'm going to go here. I created this folder called Stuff. Okay, and so this is our training material. Let's say I want to share this with someone. Okay, what I do is I click here on the plus to show the sharing option, and I'm going to create actually it's already shared, so let me quickly unshare it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we just click here, sharing the plus, and we're going to click plus here on a share link, and then it's going to ask us to, use a password. So I'm going to try to, use a simple password here, and watch what happens if I try to use this. I get this error creating the password because it checks against a list of known compromised passwords in that site that I was previously telling you about. So you have to use a password that is not from a known compromise, and that's for security. So let me try something else. Let me try Star Trek 2628. Star Trek 28. Okay, so I'm able to do with that. So as you can see, it's view only. Okay, so then what I do is I click here and it says copy this share link. Okay, and then you get that share link and you email it to the recipient. And then you call them and you tell them that password, the Star Trek 28. So when the recipient clicks on the link, okay, they're going to see this. And then they're going to enter that password. Okay, and then see, they're able to access the document. They could download it. It's pretty simple, and as you can see, it's really fast. You can also use this service to request somebody to give you a to send you a file. So if somebody says, "Hey, I want to get this file to you, but I want to get it securely," you can say, "No problem." So you come here and you're going to create a new link. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna create a new folder called client upload. All right, and I am gonna click here on the sharing options. All right, I'm gonna create a share link. Okay, we could set an expiration date on it. Okay, now oops, let's try this one. Okay, so now what I do is I'm going to edit this. Oh, actually, I could even send a QR code. But you see, I have the option that I could make this to allow uploading and editing. I could make it a file drop only. So a file drop is where the person that you're going to send the link to, they can only upload the file and leave it there. They can't later on override it or edit it or do anything with it. So I'm just going to make it a file drop. Okay, so I'm going to click Update Share. Now I copy the share link, and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, and then when the person logs in, whoops. Okay, you see that the only option that they have is to select or drop files. So you click on there. I'm going to find this file to upload, and you see it starts uploading it. Again, it's pretty quick. Okay, so now they've basically uploaded it. If I click on here, I could see the file. Let me refresh. It might take a minute because it's getting scanned. One of the other things is the file's scanned by an antivirus. Okay, so here it is. So now I've got the file has been uploaded, and I actually will get a message telling me that the file has been uploaded. Another nifty thing about this is you have this application called Secrets, which basically what that does is if you ever need to, for example, let's say that you want to send somebody a bank, let's say your bank wire transfer information or your bank details have changed, or a credit card or something. You want to send it to somebody over the wire. You don't want to do it by email. You don't want to do it by phone. You want to do it more securely. So you could use this. So right, we're going to create a new secret. We're going to call it We'll rename it in a minute. So we're going to put, okay, our credit card number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever it is. Expiration 10/29. You put all the details here, and then you could put a shared password. In this case, I'm not going to do it, but you could put a shared password where the person, in order to retrieve this, is going to have to. Actually, let me do it. Okay, just good habit there. Okay, now I save it, and again, here I have the option to create a share link. And then what I'm going to do is that share link, I'm going to send it to the person that I want to transmit this information to. And then when they click on the link, they're going to go here. Again, they're going to type in the password. Okay, and then here they get the message saying revealing will delete the secret from the server. You will not able to retrieve it again. So I understand, and you click here, reveal and destroy secret. They click on it. The credit card information is here. Okay, and they can either download it to a file or copy it to their clipboard or whatever. But watch what happens if I click refresh. That's it. Page not found. That's gone. Okay, so it's a very secure way of transferring, subtype of either PII or a PCI, like credit card information or bank transfer information. Okay, so scanners. Remember earlier we talked about scanners being sophisticated computers, right? They scan, they print, they email, they do all kinds of stuff. So scanners do not communicate securely enough. They're not going to send. You don't want to send your PI via email scan directly from a scanner. It's not going to send an encrypted email. So you should create a policy to tell your employees that they shouldn't use the multifunction printer or scanner to send extremely sensitive or information that is regulated or covered by an entity such as HIPAA. So, and what you want to do is maybe put a sign in front of the scanner where people could see it to remind them not to use the scanner for that, or you may want to block email scanning at all. You could scan to a network folder, have your employee pick up the scanned document from there, and then use an appropriate method to transfer it. Okay, I'm not going to go over this because we already talked about passwords. Wipe devices before discarding them or sending them out to repair. Most of our clients, what we do is they will keep their devices in a secured location. They will call us when they have 2 or 3 devices. We'll go by there. We'll pick them up. We will wipe them. And then we either recycle them or donate them with a reformatted drive. And we'll send them a notification, a written notification that their device has been properly wiped. If you have a device that's lost or stolen, you can activate a wipe function. Most cell phones have, the ability to wipe themselves out if they're managed. Some computers also, if you have the proper software, it could wipe the computer. Again, they should have encryption to begin with. So wipe copy machines before disposing of them or before sending them back to the leaser. Keep track of current and off-boarded devices and document your destroyed data. Destroy any data that is no longer needed or does not serve a business purpose. Shred paper documents or shredding service. Shred paper documents or use a shredding service. So create a written policy that dictates how private data should be handled. Define the security levels, who can have access, how the data should be stored and transported, how it should be destroyed and tracked. Designate an employee to oversee data policy and to periodically audit the information systems. Require employees who handle private data to take a privacy and cybersecurity training at least once per year and identify individuals who pose a risk and offer them help for gaining additional knowledge about security policy. Create a policy that defines what steps to take in case of a data breach or a disclosure. Um, Add a privacy expectation clause if you monitor your organization. If you are, some of these things, look, this is good for any company, but if we're talking about companies that are regulated, either you're bound by either HIPAA or GLBA or, federal information systems, you're going to have a written information security plan. You need to have that. And all this is going to be covered onto there. But what I'm going over here is like a light version of it, and every company should abide by something like this. Okay, so this is the final part, which is policies. I'm going to kind of go over this real quick. It's not a long part, but if you go to our website and you select the resources menu, and you'll see that we have recommended best practices. And what these recommended best practices are kind of like a baseline security, right? It's based on the CFS, the Cybersecurity Framework, which is some very good guidelines on how to protect yourself, but not going way overboard. It's obviously CFS doesn't work if you're um, if you're regulated. If you're a military operation, you need to have something better than CFS. You need like a uh, like an 800.5.3 or something. But if CFS is really good, and it's good for the average business. And the average business that doesn't have over regulation, or it doesn't have a lot of you know super sensitive things to protect, they would be really well suited to apply something like the CFS, and that's what our recommended best practices are. It's sort of like saying, hey, look, we want to keep you secure. We understand you're not the NSA or the FBI or the military. You don't need like to go crazy, but you need to really do what's best practices. Okay, so we try not to tax you with too much, but at the same time, we don't we don't really want you to be vulnerable. Okay. So again, if you go to resources, recommended best practices, you're going to see what we recommend to you, and it's loosely based on the cybersecurity framework from NIST. So IT policies and procedures are intended to keep companies, their employees, and their customers safe. Your organizations should have written acceptable use policies and best practices included in the employee training manual or in the onboarding documentation. Depending on your organization's industry and the type of data you work with, there may be additional policies that you may need to implement. Additional security may be required to comply with HIPAA, FISMA, GLBA, and other regulatory mandates. Organizations and the individuals with them have unique needs. Therefore, policies should not be absolute. Implement a review policy for policy exception requests. The objective should be to balance usability and user satisfaction while maintaining an acceptable level of security based on your risk aversion, right? And create a statement defining what disciplinary actions will be taken with employees who violate your security policies, because you want something that has a little bit of teeth. If not, it's going to get flaunted. Sorry, not flaunted. Not taken seriously. Okay, so creating policies. Define who in your organization will be designated as the authorized person to approve changes, dictate policies, and make important business decisions. And this person should have some knowledge on the subject, right? They should have some basic IT knowledge. They should have some policy knowledge. They should have some operational knowledge. That person can contact us at any time. We'll be more than happy to help them answer all sorts of questions. Um, some of that stuff you can defer to us. We'll help you out with that as far as making the decisions as to what exceptions to the policies and how they would affect people. We will actually help you out with all that. Um, so let me get to the next slide here. If you handle sensitive data, create a policy that defines where the sensitive data can be stored and how it should be used. Set up DLP, as we mentioned before, and classify your data. Creating an AI policy. According to a survey from the Conference Board, 56% of employees are using generative AI at work, but just 26% say that the organization has a generative AI policy in place. While many companies are trying to implement limitations around using generative AI at work, the age-old search for productivity means that an alarming percentage of employees are using AI without their manager's blessing or thinking about potential repercussions. For example, after some employees entered sensitive company information onto ChatGPT, Samsung banned its use as well as that of similar AI tools. And what happened in Samsung is there was a programmer who had some proprietary code and he wanted AI to try to help him with it. So he copied and pasted it onto ChatGPT, and ChatGPT did its job, and it helped him with the code. But then ChatGPT also learned from that code, and Samsung considered that code something that gave them a competitive edge over their competitors. And then that once ChatGPT learns it, it could then provide that to other people who are asking for advice about similar things. And so you've got to really think about that. Define acceptable uses of AI and start from an allow rule rather than a deny rule. So it's you know what I mean by that is you know don't just say, okay, we're going to allow all this and then we're going to start adding rules. Okay, deny it when it's this, deny it when it's that. No, no, no. You want to start the other way around. You want to deny everything and then start adding allows, okay, as they come. It's harder to do it that way, okay, but it's a much more secure method. Define process for confirming copyright and accuracy before posting AI generated accounts. Generated content. So before make sure your employees are double checking, double confirming that they're not posting what's called hallucinations, right, in AI parlance, because you don't want your business to be viewed as putting slop out there. That's not true. Refrain from inputting sensitive data into AI models, because once that data is fed into these AI models, it's retained and used by the AI. Check for AI bias, hallucinations, and poisoning effects before you post content that's generated by AI. Require employees to disclose their use of AI. So if you're using something, if you're using AI to create something, you should post somewhere created by AI. And because AI is new, it should be frequently reviewed. The policy should be reviewed, updated, and adjusted as new things come around. Also, you should create an shadow IT policy. Shadow IT is the use of non-sanctioned software or hardware or services that's unknown to either the IT management, the upper management, the ownership, and it can represent high risk for some businesses. Create a policy that details what applications and services are permitted for work use. Shadow IT expands the attack surface by creating backdoors through misconfigurations. So, for example, one of the most common shadow IT things that I see are employees that install TeamViewer or LogMeIn or some other app on their desktop computers so that then they could go home and from their personal computer access their work computer, and they never tell anybody about that. Um, unless you have policies in place to prevent that, you may not realize that your employees are doing that, and that could present a you know a back door. If somebody if the employee that has the computer in their house doesn't have good security, somebody hacks into that, or somebody gets their password for the remote access application, then they've got an in into your business network. Um, so um, Shadow IT increases the cost, the strain, and the consumption of help desk staff. And if for example, let's say that your official email is 365, right? Office 365, you've got your own domain. I've seen where employees sometimes use their personal emails, or you know, to get around things. Let's say they let's say there's a limit on attachment size. So they'll ask one of their clients to send it to one of their Gmail addresses or one of their Outlook.com addresses. And then next thing you know, they start using that email for, you know, sending large CAD files or something. Um, if someday something, you know, happens and they need to recover that, the help desk may be trained to work on 365, and they may know that really well, but they may not know the Google, right? So then that's how increased costs, increased strain, and consumption can come into effect. Also, you have data sprawl. Now you have these CAD drawings that are your proprietary, um, you know, your proprietary drawings that should be on your network, should be on your email system, but you've got them on another email system. If that employee leaves, you may lose access to that. Um, if you need to go back and reference them and the employee's not there, and the employee doesn't work at the business anymore, you may not be able to access those things. So, um, so those are the kind of issues that could arise from shadow IT. Then you have data retention, data loss, theft, and the inability to control an organization's data. So let's say I've seen this also where you hire a salesperson. That salesperson will start to use their own. They go online, and there's plenty of CRM programs that they could sign up for free, and there's a usage limit, right? They could have like 1,000 customers on there, so they start using that for their sales. Well, if nobody in the company knows about it, and sales employee leaves, um, maybe that employee's been working there for a year, and all those leads that he's generated and all that information that's been there for a year, he's going to take it with him to his next company because you have no way of tracking that information or of accessing that, because that account doesn't really belong to you because that person may not be using your CRM. So it's important to create policies and let employees know that they should only use services, cloud services, and that data should only be placed in areas that are approved for use by the company. Also, people don't often think about it, but I've seen where whoever knows the most about IT in a company gets to handle the GoDaddy accounts, or they get to handle their Google listing. You know, well, that could end up with what you see here on this image. This is a respectable medical professional here, and actually a cardiologist. And some joker obviously put this photo here, which is very unbecoming of a person in such a position. And it was either, a disgruntled employee that left and played a joke on this person, or that account just, one of their employees may have left. That account just sat there. Some hacker got to it, and this is the result. So what may seem like a trivial task assigned to an intern may come back and haunt you. Treat your cloud services like the important pieces of businesses that they are, and make sure that your third-party accounts are documented, secured, and assigned to a proper, responsible employee. Create a BYOD policy. We've talked about the dangers of BYOD, but it's important to create a policy that takes into consideration in case there's loss or theft or employee dismissal. If the person is using their personal laptop or their personal cell phone, you may not be able to wipe that without having legal repercussions. So all that data that that person's been working on is sitting on his or her personal phone, and there's nothing that you could do about it. And not all business owners want that. Okay, you have no control over program installations. You cannot a person that's using their personal phone or their personal laptop for work, you can't tell them we're going to lock you out of your machine so that you cannot install software on it. Once that person has administrative access, they can install software. Then you're opening up a Pandora's box of security. And mixing personal and business represents high risk. Let's say your company is involved in a lawsuit, and there's a discovery process, and somebody's got an image that or retrieve information from the laptop um, that one of your employees uses, which happened to be their personal laptop. Well, what if that person has some personal photographs in there that they don't want anybody to see? What if they have websites that they don't want anybody to see that they've visited? I mean, what if, I mean, how many what ifs could there possibly be, right? And these are all risk factors that should be taken into account and considered whether you're going to decide or not to allow BYOD in the workplace. And also in your policy, if you don't allow it, to make sure that your employees aren't using their personal devices to conduct business. And again, there's a reduction in productivity and the increased risk of malware from lack of web control, because on a person's personal devices, you're not going to be able to control which sites they can and cannot go to. So why do people do BYOD? Well, a lot of people have this "I like my device better," right? I've seen a lot of times where people are like, "Oh, I love Mac. I hate Windows, so I want to use my Mac for work," and they bring their personal device and start using it for work. Or I have a much faster computer than the work issued computer. Those are just some examples of the "I like my device better." Um, People use BYOD when their employer doesn't provide them something for remote work. People use BYOD because in their um, company-issued computers, maybe some websites are restricted. Maybe they can't install applications as they see fit. Sometimes there's the excuse that they forgot their device, so they have to log in from their personal computer. Maybe they're frustrated because of security, and again, security is difficult. But these are, some of the reasons that people will go towards BYOD. Creating a backup retention policy. This is kind of technical. I'm not going to get into it, but call us and help us craft a backup retention policy. I know people think, oh, a backup's a backup. I want a backup. I want to keep things around for, for 5 years or for 1 year or 7 years. It's not quite that simple. You have what's called a father, son, grandfather, and that's it's all based on the amount of storage that you have and how far you want to go back and at what intervals you want to be able to go back. I'll be happy to explain. You can call me and and I'll be more than happy to go over with. I'm not going to go over this here. But it's important to create a backup policy. Also, create a disaster recovery policy, that will have in writing, and don't save it on the network. Have it printed out, and and um, and have in advance what you're going to do in case of a disaster. Now, disasters could range from a fire to a hurricane to a cryptographic virus to theft. Um, Imagine all the scenarios where something bad could happen. You don't want to start to have to make decisions when you're in the middle of that. You want to have this planned out beforehand. So, and if you don't want to have it in your hard drive, right, on your server. So let's say you have a fire in the building. If you need to access your data recovery plan or your disaster recovery plan, you don't want to have to go out and buy a server, then restore your data to the new server to get to your recovery policy. You want to have that recovery policy somewhere printed, preferably a copy in your office and a copy at home, that you can go get it and then have a detailed outline of what the steps are of what you have to do to get back working. Also, consider RTO or recovery time objective. And this is basically, every business has, an RTO of how much time they could be down. Okay, so and this is all based on how much time you think your business can be down versus how much it's going to cost to not be down for a certain amount of time. Okay, and It's a balancing act. Again, contact me about this, and it's something that I'll be more than happy to go into detail with you. Um, but you should have a written policy for that also, and have an incident response plan. If there's an incident, what are you going to do? And this, there's certain laws that revolve around cybersecurity incidents and data loss. So if you have a data loss and it involved, for example, patient records or something like that, you want to have in writing what are you going to do? You have to contact? If you're in the state of Florida, you have to contact your local authorities. You have to contact the state authorities. You have to do it within a certain time period. You have to contact the federal level. You have to fill out an IC3 with the FBI. There's all these things that you have to do. You have to publish a statement. You want to have that statement ready. You want to have all these things pre-planned, in writing, documented, and not sitting on your network where they're not going to be available if there's a crypto event and you can't get to your data. You want to have all these things printed out in a nice folder with detailed instructions on what you're going to do. And again, for an incident response plan, it goes hand in hand with a disaster recovery plan. And contact me, and I will be more than happy to help you for that. So, the incident response plan is going to answer questions like, how would you deal with a security breach? Um, you know, who your insurance company is. Who are you going to hire to investigate the breach? An incident response team. All these things should be in writing and printed on paper, along with the telephone numbers and contact. Because believe me, in the middle of a crisis, you don't want to have to be trying to figure out all this stuff. You want to do it beforehand. Okay, so thank you all very much for joining this presentation, and I hope you all have a great rest of your day.